What's up, guys? Give me like one more minute. I'll be right here, okay? All right, team. What are we doing? Do we buy the dip? Where are we going? 430, 470, and 540? Business inventories just came out. Microsoft's ripping. So is Apple. What did I miss so far? We dipped down to like 250, 255. Okay. That's not a bad buy zone. A little bit more aggressive. I really wanted like 230, 220 to like really get long, but what's up, Corey? Good morning, everyone. Thanks for hanging in there. My daughter fever overnight. Anytime a baby has a fever, you get a little, didn't sleep much, but she's in good hands now with her mother. Had to get the boys off to school. Microsoft's flying. Let me get if I get Frankie on here with me. I'll see what Will's up to. Hoodie. We're working. Look, I've told him like 10 times. We're working on a merch store. Maybe we give away some merch too at some point. I also ordered a new MacBook yesterday, finally. Yeah, I have a new MacBook that I'm gonna pick up next week. Should help with some of this little buffering that happens to me every once in a while. Well, we're stuck at this 406, aren't we? Did any of you guys get that dip buy? Catch up with the chat. Let me say hi to everyone. First off, shout out McGuire. I saw you kind of just putting information in the chat for everyone. I really appreciate that. Just trying to get settled in here and catch up with price action a little bit. Looks like we did a nice little sweep here. I don't know where Tommy's at, but we swept that Asia low hard. It's probably a dip buy for the highs. For now, I guess the IB would technically be bearish, but we still have 24, 26 minutes. NVIDIA very weak this morning. Google trying to bounce off the lows a little bit. Meta is just kind of chop. Apple and Microsoft, I see, are both strong. Hood earnings today. Hood is decently strong ahead of their earnings. Amazon, look at it, guys. Oh my gosh. Look at this power move on Amazon. Little dipski in the morning, just 5 minute just push. But yeah, shout out McGuire holding it down. Catch up with all you guys here. A lot of you guys, I saw you guys in the chat. Try to give you a little heads up. Thanks for holding it down. 100 plus of you in here hanging out while just have my charts on the screen. It's awesome. Appreciate the support and the love everyone showed. Frozzy, Cameron, Nate, Miami Saints, Monkey Tree SU, send you to the pennies in here. Jarrett, who else is in here this morning? Who's hanging out? Ocho, Data J, I saw you, responded to you all ago. How are we doing? How's everyone doing? Are we having a good morning? I saw ProFast, you might have got a little sideways. KW Entertainment, are we bouncing? I know that was a little bit earlier, but my thoughts, we still go up to like 500s. So in Q, 543 takes us to that kind of golden retrace area that I've been looking for. This 430 this is a gap fill from the day. Boom! Nice. Took out yesterday's highs. I think we're going to 540s today. That's my my main prediction here. All right, we are hitting a level on ES. I'll still catch up with the chat here in a minute, but I want to go through a couple data points. Right now, the first hour, the IB is going to be bullish. The first hour for now, as long as it closes higher than here, 380, is bullish as well. Yes, everything's bullish over here. So we look upside for the most part. We look to dip buy. We still have 20 minutes that can change, but preemptively speaking, we look at that. IWM is ripping faces. Let's see. DCSC. There we go. Just reset my Wi-Fi connection. DCSU in the chat. Taiwan Semi. So I was long last night. Funny enough. This looks good, by the way, on NQ. Funny enough, I was long last night. Somewhere in here. Yeah, we got this huge candle on when that TSM news came out. Right here, I bought this dip right here, and that made me a little bit of money last night. And then I kind of just stayed away from it because, you know, I was just kind of watching. 470 is the next spot that I have marked from a while back. Yeah. Let's say watch 470 or look to buy a dip to try to get to 470 next. And then you're looking at 500, 540. What's up, David? Oh, Profast, you made it back? Nothing wrong with a little snorkel. Nothing wrong with a little snorkel. What's up, Rico? Bullish Bear. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Renee. Yeah, I tried, like, I know I couldn't, like, be here, and I finally, like, sat down for a second. I was in and out. Obviously, family first, baby first, always. Hopefully, you guys all feel the same. I think most of you probably do. I don't know anybody that would disagree with, family first. But either way, I was trying to type in the chat and say, hey, I'm thinking it's a dip buy just by the price action and the overall trajectory. I'm thinking it's a dip buy, and it's working out pretty nicely here. I mean, the SPX chart looks fantastic right now. IndieX, we're above the 9. We see if we can get back to the 21. And then we see, ultimately today, we look for 450s on IndieX. That's the 50-day and the 20-day. They're right there crossing. If we push up there, that's actually going to make it look decent because the 20 may start curling a little bit if we can push up there. So that, let's see, what is that? 100, basically 100 points higher from where we're at. So that's the same target I was saying. So that lines up with everything I'm looking at. So if we get that 100-point move on IndieX to the 20-day and the 50-day, that's 100 points higher from right now on NQ, which is 540s, golden retrace. So I have a lot of confidence that that's where we're going. So can you just dive in right here? Probably not. You need some kind of wick down, some kind of spot to get in, and then that would be my target for today. I don't have like crazy high expectations, obviously. I had 2 up days in a row, recovering from, obviously 3 really rough down days. And NFPs tomorrow, we'll see. They're kind of floating out that they may look bad. It's interesting. I mean, retail sales came in this morning. I think we're pretty good on data today now. Yeah, non-farm payrolls, NFP tomorrow. If NVIDIA catches a bid, I like where NVIDIA held, but NVIDIA's catch a bid here to help us out. Google's catching a big bid off the low. Microsoft's just been ripping. Apple, Amazon strong today too. So a lot of your big players are strong, even though NVIDIA's not. I feel like I just want to find a spot to try to get long. I wish I could have got long. SPX 7K today. Where is that? 20 points higher. It's not crazy, actually. That's actually not crazy. I don't know if we can get there on no news. This is a pretty heavy area, 86 up to 90. It's a pretty heavy area on SPX up here. So that's the other issue, is like you're at a heavy level on SPX is what I'm looking at. I feel like I got to start getting long on this dip. Trying to figure out, where do you dip by? You start here. Or does this just get wrecked? I need to see some sign of life here after that reaction. I'm going to take a little starter along here and just try it, just fill it out. Get 15 more minutes to that IB, so we can dip by in this area to try to take the high. It was a pretty ugly sell though across the board. Nvidia is super weak. $360, $340s, maybe. Where's yesterday's close? $337. Oh, they're selling this thing. Nvidia's going down. Meta doesn't look great either, but I still think the overall picture. I don't like what I just saw on SPX. That's the main thing I don't like.
Morning, Em.
What's up, Frankie? I had a sick baby I was dealing with, so I didn't catch that dip buy really, but the I'm trying a little bit right here. Might be early to it.
Here, you're
I
buying
think
them
we're
here?
going higher.
Yeah.
I bought just a little bit. I think we're going higher today. I don't like what SPX just rejected, but as long as if we just start selling across the board, it'll be different. But I think we're going to hit 470 and 540. A decent amount of confluence for me to get there. The only problem is that means SPX is probably going to take out this heavy resistance at 85. 85 to 90 is pretty heavy resistance on SPX. I got long like starters at 77. I think I can buy it all the way down to 350, 340s if I needed to. The IB's bullish for now. In the first hours, kind of bullish. My second thesis would be we just chop back and forth today. IWM's coming down hard though. And the video just made a new low.
Could you broke 4 pi and then retesting it here as long as you can stay above?
ADD is positive. Vol D is positive.
Above 390 on it.
So is Vol DQ.
Oh, order filled, yay!
I think we're going back to 430 and then 470, 540. That's my thing.
There's that three, yep. Oh, sweet mother. Thank you. Alright, out happy, yes. Almost 10. There we go. 7,000. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, mama. Come on. That's 7,000. There it is. We'll stop at entry.
There we go. What a dip buy. I'm gonna trim it at like 430 area, 428.
Full four brown magic or something. Oh, full four brown magic? Yeah. I think about that. Occasional full four brown magic?
Come on, get a push.
Full four brown magic, that's my dog. Such a great username.
Get back up there to previous day's high. The video is getting a nice reaction off the low. Come on, Meta, catch a bid.
Video crossing the 21 held or below it.
After the trades I took up top.
Amazon's pretty strong still. Boy, I wish I would have got some of that dip buy earlier, down in the 250s.
Yeah. Please go to 7,005. Yes. Yes.
Do it live. Go on.
There you go. Yes, there you go. Push.
Tennessee slipped consolidate. Microsoft a little pull back. Nvidia made a new low today. They just
Guys, I got some good news today, too.
fire.
I don't have to jump and host the Tesla space. I get to stay live all day today.
Google 320 just hit. So now you just need. Oh my god. Oh, all right, let me get ready. Hold
Come on, give me 428.
Hold on.
By the way, all those videos, all the influencers are releasing videos of their test drives with ROBINHOOD right now. Like big influencers. That's why it's pumping.
Oh, my music is loud.
Well, yeah,
There we go.
Google advertises on like Tesla.
Yeah, they're doing it a pretty smart way, to be honest.
Beautiful thing is the IB stats say we should take this IB, and we still got 8 minutes left unless this thing just craters 200 points.
$700 on each account across 4 accounts done for the day. Let's go. That's a good day, Tater. Hell yeah. Flip short. I mean, you're kind of coming back up to the same spot.
Not sure why I didn't log there when I did my put spread, but I should have logged there when I did my put spreads. I know Casey logged.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god, here it comes. Oh.
Here it is. Here it is. Come on, fill me. 428. Oh my God, no, it edged me.
That's crazy. IWM pushing.
There it is. 50-point gain. Taking a trim.
Line, Biggs rejected. That was.
And we're going to move the stop up to like 350s, 358. I am worried about SPX getting stopped here.
Coins in a 5 and 15-minute squeeze trying to get a push to the upside. The resistance is fighting 16, or sorry, Jesus, 165.55. headline a minute ago.
I'm about to get out of this.
IBKR was going to use their derivative.
Yeah, I got out of it. I can relong later. I just don't like the SPX part.
SPY just rejected the same spot earlier. Q's just back tested, rejected previous day.
This SPX has me worried up here. Can always relong on a different account if we start to sit here for a little bit. All right. Well, I made some money even though I didn't get the first dip by this morning.
They gave you 7,004.5. Almost.
I mean, everything's still intact for longs. I'm not going to sit here and get stuffed by SPX at this level. Twice we had big sells right there, that 85 on SPX.
So that hits bouncing here off the 9, maybe go back up. But
Thesis remains the same, but that's where it is. Renee, I basically what I did was I found a new host. Found somebody else to host the Tesla show so I could stay here. McGuire, I need to buy a TV. That's what I really need. I need to buy a TV so I can have sports on in the background. Keep the nerves calm. I would love a Guinness.
Why can't that like happen, regular?
Avgo's bouncing nicely, says DC. MACD trying to turn bullish. I mean, my base case is still upside, but I don't like what SPX is doing. And if you look at your daily chart, you'll see you have like multiple tops all right here. So there's like 985, or I'll just put a right there. So look at this. Boom, 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 boom. That's what? Six times it's rejected up here. It's still strong. And honestly, I can relong because of the IB statistic here. And that first hour is going to be bullish as long as we stay above 377 for the next few minutes.
Quarter lady, and I don't know if they're at like some kind of school event or a fair, and he tried a caramel apple for the first time. He freaking loved it. Tear it up live. He said, "You give me one right now, I'll tear it up live."
How high or low do you think SPY will finish today? I want to sell cash secure for it. I want to sell spreads too. I've got my Vanquish account pulled up, ready to go, but I want to wait and see what the price action does. The reason why I'm waiting is because you're in an uptrend into resistance. So if this breaks through the resistance, like you could get an explosive move through there, which would expand the premium and hit these. I would almost rather see it like come up here and then start to like show some type of rejection. So like I don't have a good read. You could probably sell premium far enough out on both sides, but that one piece has got me nervous, is all that resistance. And so like, do I need to sell spreads and put on the risk? I mean, some people would say, yeah, if anything, I'd rather just buy calls. That'd probably be the safer bet. I got my Vanquish pulled up though. I haven't even opened my Tradify. I don't know, Frankie. It's tough when you see like major resistance on the the
Yeah.
S&P, but you have confluence for higher on the Nasdaq.
I really don't have to trade. I made some money this morning. I made some money last night. It's got
Yeah, I
a
had a
good setup for me.
I had a good night last night.
I'm looking for an
I got.
option trade.
I hear you.
Did I hear
I
you
got.
talk about CRWL last night?
Yeah, I was looking at CrowdStrike. So that's the 2x leverage for CrowdStrike.
Oh, okay, that's what it is, right?
I think cybersecurity got unfairly sold off on that Anthropic headline the other day. Yeah, this is going to go take the high. I kind of want to just buy this thing for the breakout. So I just close my eyes and buy it. I'm just going to be picky. I'm going to be picky today. Been on a really hot streak. I don't have no reason to push this, but Microsoft looks good here. Amazon looks good still. IWM's all the way back to the highs. Spy's pushing. Yeah, this is going to go. I hope somebody's in it. I hope somebody's in it.
Yes. Video.
IWM new high, SPY new high. NQ is about to do it. Yeah, we're going to the January NFP, aren't we? Do I have anything here on NDX? The 470 level on NQ is big. I just heard Casey say his pants are off twice.
Yeah.
Where's SPX? Kind of want to see a candle close on SPX above this 85. How are our sectors doing? Okay, XLF is strong. That's good. Energy is the weak one. That's what's dragging us a little bit. SMH, of course, with NVIDIA down. But NVIDIA had a good day yesterday. So, like, even though you see NVIDIA down, it was up like, what, 3.5% yesterday. So I think you can kind of write that off. Netflix, nice move. Microsoft still looks great. Google's okay. Amazon's super strong. We have Apple. If Apple can get up here and push, we can make that move. Hood has a huge call wall. Well, your Hood, you're right at the daily 9. We talked about this yesterday. You want to try to get through that. Then you have 90 to 92. Get over 92, I think you are headed back towards 100. 98 to 100. With earnings today, you got to be careful with Hood. I mean, I honestly hate options when it comes to what's it called? When it comes to earnings. So I would really look at like HOOG, 2x leverage, because if you get that move, for example, if you get that move, that's like a 30% move you can get on HOOG, more or less, right? It's estimated, of course, not a recommendation. But that's what I'd be looking at from our friends over at Leverage Shares, of course. I'll have to look at the group chat, apparently. There we go. Oh God, Casey's pants really are off. I just opened my text messages. Casey's boxers. What the hell?
Yeah, we're scared of girls.
Oh my gosh. Monkey Tree, you're in it? Look at it. SPX is still rejecting. It's still. I'm being really picky here, guys. Really picky.
Oh, is M on another stream right now?
Imp is on.
He said he's on the other stream. He said, "Oh God, Casey's pants really are off."
Everything in me wants to click long right now for this IB break.
Gold's getting hammered.
Oh yeah, gold's getting smoked. Is the dollar up? I know bonds are up. Dixie's bouncing.
5% on the day. Base cap this year is base up. Something this or something on this yesterday. Right up back up to the gap here.
Why is Figma up so much? Do they have earnings? Damn, Figma's up 10%, which, I mean, this thing's been dead, so. I think you can get this move in a bunch of these charts, even though it's not probably a long-term hold yet. I think you can get a nice move in a lot of these like super oversold names, which would be good for the index as a whole. Qualcomm all over the place. Look at that wick. God. Frank, I was long last night. I got long, and like the next candle was Taiwan Semi, like put some updated, like some January numbers or something out. I don't know. I didn't really read into it. My daughter had a fever, so I was kind of just laying there in bed with her and my wife trying to take care of her. And I was like, I think we could get a little long here just in case. And that next candle just ripped like 50 points, 40, 50 points. And I was like, okay,
really?
well, I'm good. Yeah. So I made a little money on that and got a little scalp just a few minutes ago. So a little money in the pocket today. Tommy's algo's long. Guys, don't peer pressure me into the problem is SPX is still rejecting the same level. It swept IB high and came down. I think it's a long. It's just tough for me to. I mean, I have to go like super light, which is it even worth being in it. I think MU is probably going to cool off for a little while. That would just be my. I think MU is going to come down to like 345. This is volume shelf down here. It may wick up again before it does it, but I think MU does this. Comes down here. But it needs to. I mean, MU went absolutely stupid. SanDisk was the same way. SanDisk, yeah, back to 500 at least. Net having, who else reports today? Net reports today. Okay. Net, A-Lab, and Hood are the big ones. Lovely. I cannot wait to get my new computer. You still have IB to go take here, and I think you do. I need like a big bottom wick, and I would feel better about this. If we put in some type of wick, maybe 370, 380, 360 at worst, then you long it for IB. The IB. This kind of just looks like a high and tight flag. NVIDIA, I think, is going to try to hold that 180s that I was talking about. 188. IWM is at high of day still. Wait, I think if SPX gets over that 85, I think it can make an explosive move. It's got to close up there first. I'm going to just buy Bookmap, like the full thing.
Datadog is a big one. That was a dumpster diver trade off 105, 108. Stock is at 130. It's up 14, 15% today. Coin making a high day, 168. Got a little resistance on a bank dollar amount on the way up.
Bitcoin's still walking up to. I haven't even looked at Bitcoin today. It's a decent little consolidation here on Bitcoin. I would, let me go to the daily. I still think we're going to go back test at least the previous year's low, whenever that was last year. I can't remember. Yeah, these April lows from last year. It may have to wick down first, but I think it's going to make its way up here. Now the 9 could be an issue. I took my trade and just got a little bit of runner. But I took off most of my trade.
I mean, yeah, you could say that, but like it's done at 11 o'clock. 11:30. Everything passed out is noise. A little too early though. Be thinking about tomorrow now. That would be like you and I know.
They really want me to long this. Can't do it. I can't do it. I said I was going to be picky today. I'm going to be picky. This is my backup thought, Jarrett. Oh, NVIDIA is
If you look
waking
at it,
up.
it's getting tighter and tighter here. It's like
Yeah, it's going to go somewhere, at
it's
least in
gonna
the
go
short
higher,
term.
but like I just
Yeah, you know, but I'm not gonna.
NVIDIA's back to 185 and a half. It's pushing through the EMAs. Microsoft's still strong. Tesla is about to break high of day. Apple looks strong. Yeah, this is gonna take the high. I'm not trying to long for 20 points though. You probably hear KC through the back of. Do you hear it through the back of mine or through the back of Frank's?
I'm muting myself and I'm not on.
I have it on my. I have it on my phone because I'm behind the Wolf account, but I can't mute it. When you're like on stage, you can't mute. So hopefully, just move it further away from my head. Dang, I wish I would have been long 250s. $25,500 is the biggest like book map liquidity I see. There's like nothing below us. Still rejecting. I'm gonna give it some more time here. And all statistics tell me to buy dips today. Price action, all that is confluence, but Tesla's right at the high. NVIDIA is hitting VWAP and the 21. Maybe buy it here. David, I'm with you. So I'm still just catching up with some news and action here as we chop, because this morning obviously is a little tied up. Look, I mean, if you just look at the stats here, so on NQ, your first hour of the market was bullish. That means you should close above here today. So that's dip by confluence. The IB should take the high because the low was formed first, the high was formed second. So you should take the high. That's a pretty high statistic. So you have two statistics that are upside today, and you broke previous day's high. So not only, or actually, okay. So first, Oracle. Ticker OWL is the other one. Oracle and ticker OWL, OWL, Blue Owl Capital. Something about data centers. Oracle's having a good day. But what I was saying on the first hour stats here. So the first hour, let me go to 5-minute chart, make it easier here. You opened here, you closed the first hour up here. That means you should close above where you opened. So there's a statistic says we should close above here. And then you took previous session high, previous day's high, which means you should close green on the day. So you should close above here. So this box, we should close above. Just statistically, right? Statistically speaking, we should close above this box right here. So I'm going to take a little starter long, probably. Just waiting on, like, that was probably the dip into it that you take. It's also view up. Yeah, I'm gonna take a little starters along here. Looking for starters long right here.
In the meantime, it's wants to take the lead. Yes, there. And I think it's a good one.
All right, I just filled the starters right there. I hope it wicks down hard and I can fill some more. You've been in long since yesterday? How is ARM looking? That was the other one that I wanted to long. Oh, yeah. Is that the other one? I think that was the other one I picked on stock picks last night. I changed my mind like 5 times on that show. I did, yeah, I picked ARM. I took ARMG, shout out leverage shares. That was my stock pick last night. Up 9% today. That's a pretty good day. Where's VWAP? 360. All right, so I'll add there. All right. Just got some ads there at 360. Give me a bottom wick and I'll add more. That's half of the IB right there too. There we go. Wicket. Wicket. Seven 373 is my average now. Come on, hang in there. Good looking wick you got there, son. My coffee's gonna get cold. Never mind, too late. The video's back over 190. Need something else to catch a bounce here. Google. Meta just made a new low. Come on. Oh, Apple. Palantir's drilling now. This could be a choppy day. Come on. Don't you know, pump it up. You got to pump it up. Don't you know, pump it up. You got to pump it up. Get back through those EMAs. There you go. Push. Push. More. I want to de-risk this trade a little bit at 406, 405. Yes, it's not bouncing. Yeah, that's so that Brandon, that was part of what I was looking at was like you still have the IB to take. ES did take it. So I don't have like as strong as Confluence, but let me just put my stop up here at break even. I don't like how this is acting. Just trust the data. Where's VWAP? Let me just put my stop at like 350s. Because I really don't want it to trade any lower. Come on, yes, get a pop. Something get a pop here. My poor daughter, she feels so bad. Babies just don't understand when they're sick. Like, they don't understand what's going on. Nice pop on IWM. Can we get something to catch a bid here and push this IB high? Is that the problem? Is it the Brits? It's the easy one to blame, right? I gotta go help. Real fast. I'll be right back, guys. I gotta close out my trade because I can't see or monitor this. I'll be right back, guys. I gotta go help with my daughter real fast.
What's up, chat? Can you guys hear me at all? Anybody on? Hold on, put some headphones in. One sec.
Emp's taking care of a child, I think.
Yeah, I was in the. Let me turn my camera on. Hold on. Ugh. What's up, everybody? How's everybody doing? I just had to take my my kids to the doctor. Both of them have strep.
Oh,
So
that's awful.
it's been my wife's got it. It's not so fun. Looks like we couldn't get through that. Had a trend line drawn up there from on the 4 hour S&P, basically like 69, 80, 81, 82, rejecting off that area pretty aggressively now. Same with NQ. Whoops, hold on. Yeah, starting to break this little wedge pattern we had developing on the hourly and NQ as well. Banks are getting a nice little ugly candle on the hourly as well. Let me share. Let me see what screen I can share real quick. Hold on one second. Yeah, let me get this up. Give me a second, guys, to get set up. I just got back. Here, let me share. Let's do. I think this one should be good. I'll put that up. Let's see, move this over. Okay, yeah. Em's got a sick child. I feel for him. I know how it is. I had that with both my boys in the last month or two. I'm looking at this hourly pulled up here. Let me go to the SPX real quick. So we got this upward trend line that I got drawn in here. We've spent looks like 6-7 hourly candles right against the 69.80 and kind of pushing away from it here. So obviously we're extended on the short term, and makes sense, right? We should probably reject this area. If you look at the NDX, where are we? I call it return to the scene of the crime. We have now pushed right back into the backside of the trend line, which was where we broke down from in early February. So now we're retesting the backside of the trend line. If you go to the daily, we're just above the 9, and we got the 21 right above us here. So this should probably act as an area of resistance in the short term. If we do rally up higher, I would think in the NDX cash, this like 25,450 to 25.5 is probably really going to be a tough area to get through. And then on the Qs, same thing. I don't know if we wicked all the way there. We got close. 617.02 is the high, and 617.38 is your 21 on the daily for the Qs for reference. So this trend line should be an area of resistance. We'll see if we decide to back away from this area. We're kind of developing, at least short term here, doji on the daily is kind of where we're at. So, oops. Hold on. XLF here, kind of ugly candle for him. Look at this thing. Like a gravestone doji. Look at this. Big wick and erased all the upside in the banks today. And as you notice, KRE's pulling off the highs as well, which is the regionals. So banks a little softer, and market kind of backing away from that current level of 69.80 in the SPX. So Tesla, the other one, I was just posted this in Discord with KC. I was just showing them. Look at the hourly on Tesla. We got a nice trend line here on the hourly. back from the highs in December, and we pushed right up against it here at 425. I did take a short right at 425.03. I'm short from that level based on this trend line. And if you look at the divergence here on the, you got some hidden bearish divergence here on the RSI. So I like a short here, tight risk reward. I'd probably give it to maybe 429 as this candle if we decided to break above it. But I do think that this is a good short setup in Tesla. You got a lot of congestion in here, and you've rallied from obviously that 387 right to a key area. You do have the 200 period on the hourly above you, but I think that that's a good spot for a short setup on Tesla. Yeah, silver. Let's pull up that real quick. Silver. Let me go to a daily. Yeah, so I said this, I think it was last week. I thought silver after the big washout would get this kind of consolidation move in here. We're just kind of ping-ponging back and forth between, low 90s and in the 70s there. Obviously, it's a wide range, but you'd expect that with the volatility you had in there. So you're kind of sandwiched between the 50, the 9, and the 21 here. So you don't really have, until we can balance off this range and then maybe look for the next move. But I think in here right now, it's kind of, you're doing nothing, just kind of back and forth. Gold looks a little bit better. You wicked all the way down to 4,400 and retraced a big portion of that move, and now you're trading back above the 9. Let me pull up the GC futures real quick. So this could be still constructive on gold as long as you can carry this 9 moving average a little bit higher. So I think that would be good. What else are you guys looking at? Anything else? Goldman Sachs. I see somebody in the chat. What's up, chat? Yeah, Goldman. This another candle. We had a big push up in the banks all the way to 960. We erased $20 off that move. Basically to yesterday's high is kind of where we're sitting. So overall, the sectors not super bearish. I mean, you only got 4 sectors in the red here, which is energy. You got this is in the small caps, but the regional bank ETF, financials, and then staples. And I think staples is led down by Coke earnings. I think Coke had earnings today, and you had a gap lower of a couple dollars here in Coke. So I still like that though. We get Coke maybe into the 21 or into like maybe that $73, $74 range. I think that could be a good spot for a bounce, or maybe initiate some longs in Coke if we go forward there. What else? Let's just kind of run. I'm going to run you guys quickly through the majors. Let me know if you guys can see my screen all right, if it's big enough for you guys on the chat. On Meta. So this one was a perfect touch of the gap up here at 743 originally on the earnings. We've erased all that in the last 6-7 sessions back to this big balance area that we've had below. And this 670 should, if we hold here, provide some good support across the board. Filled that gap back up here at 676 or 77, I think it was. But this is still messy. Unless we can get a run back above the 200 and you start closing above like 687, 688, you could just kind of do nothing here for the time being. So Meta, I would say, I don't know, it's a no trade for me right now. It's just kind of you're in the middle of the range, and I don't like it either direction really. Google, look, it's sitting right on this trend line from lower. Has erased the earnings move. We were all the way up at almost 350, 349. You got 1-2 big follow-up candle on last week, and then you're kind of just drifting off the last 3 days, and you're sitting right in this 317 area. So watch if we break this. I don't necessarily like the 9 starting to pinch through the 21, and then you got the 50 here as well. We're trading below the 50 in Google. So Apple, I mean, this still looks good. Obviously, pulled back after a massive move. You could call this maybe a little flag starting to form here. So as long as we can stay above, call 270, 273, 272 in that area, let the 9 catch up a little bit. As long as we support on the 9, maybe Apple looks like probably the best of the mega cap for now. Nvidia, this one's still in a I use the 9 EMA is the one I use. I use the 9 and the 21 exponentials, and then I use the 50 and 200 simple on my charts is the way that I do it. And all the short term stuff, I use. Let me see here. Yeah, Nvidia. I mean, this one's kind of messy too. I mean, I like that it reclaimed the 50, but we've struggled at this 193 area. So if we get above 193, we should get some acceleration. If we can keep making higher lows here and kind of drift up and just kind of stay underneath this 193 and consolidate here, you could get a nice run to the upside. And maybe you got quite a bit of room here too. I mean, you got a little bit of a spot 196 with this high, but after that, that could take you up into the twos on a run with Nvidia. AMD, this is just, in my opinion, look at a chart like this. You broke the 50, and you've just retraced right back to this overhead supply area. Oh, I'm sorry, that's on the XLK. Whoops, hold on one second. Clicked the wrong button there. AMD still below the 50, the 9, and the 21. So some of these, I guess when I roll through the leadership of the market, throw Amazon up there. Here's another one, gap down. You're below the 200. You're below the 50. You're below all the trend lines, and now you got big, massive overhead supply in this area that just doesn't look ideal unless we get a bounce. But my point is when you start to look at the big, heavyweight, mega cap tech stocks, and if we don't get some leadership regaining from these names, I think it makes it much more difficult for the market to start to trade to new all-time highs without some strength and leadership. Microsoft's another one. Obviously, that's bounced from an oversold level right back to the 9 period on the daily. And look at what we're doing. We're just kind of creating a doji today as we wicked above it, and then now we're just sitting at the 9. But in the big picture, when you start to look at stocks below their 200 day, you get the 50 drilling through the 200 period. These aren't names that I'm going to rush out. I think you can buy, at these levels, but you got to be able to trade them because they're still in, this chart is, in my opinion, in a bear market in Microsoft. You're below the 200. You're below the 9, the 21, the 50. Could you bounce? Of course, there's room to the upside to bounce, but you don't get constructive back to the real long side until you start to break, in my opinion, back above this trend line, which gives you back probably north of 460. And then you really got to clear all this congestion where it broke down in that kind of bear flag. So I think when you look at the majors, again, it's just tough for the market to move to the upside when you got so much of the leadership that is weak and stuff that has led, like you look at materials, right? Materials have been on fire, but it's only like 1% of the S&P. It's not going to take you to the promised land. Same thing with real estate, which is having a good week. In addition, with yields coming in quite a bit, real estate, you've seen big candles to the upside, and staples, and then utilities catching a little bit of a bid. I talked about this. I think last week I said I like a break on utilities of this trend line. You'd have some congestion here, but you're back above the 50, and look, you got a nice candle to the upside in utilities, and some of that's to do with interest rates cooling off. One thing that I'm going to pull up, I think everybody should have on the radar. Check this out. TLT. You've had this big base forming down here. And what do? Big gap up over the trend line with strength. And yields have come in quite a bit on the long end in the last 2 days. And I think some of that, if you look at this, you're breaking this big trend on 30-year yields where we were trading up into the 490s, and now we've backed all the way off down to 478. So you're down about 15 basis points on the long end of the curve. And some of that is to do with the comments that Hassett made yesterday on the jobs data that may come out weaker than expected tomorrow. And he did say, I believe on Fox Business, I think it was this morning, that we should be in the understanding that in the next few job reports that the numbers could be weaker due to the limited immigration come in, and those jobs numbers being affected by the immigration numbers. So maybe they're setting up the market for a negative payrolls tomorrow. I think that would probably be make sense with the way that these yields are trading. You look at the 2-year yield was all the way up at 360, and that started to fall quite a bit. You're down another 15 basis points from the swing high at the end of January. So yields coming in, bonds moving higher, which makes sense. And this looks like a nice breakout for anybody that's interested in the long TLT trade or UBT or any of the leveraged. If we get a negative number, this thing could probably move a little bit higher. So it could we could see some lower yields, which would be good. And then we got CPI on Friday, and that retail sales number was relatively weak this morning. It only up, or I'm sorry, they were looking for up 0.4, and it came in at only 0%. So a little bit weaker data. And that's your December retail sales numbers. So if that number was weak during the holiday season, we'll see what January ends up looking like. Yeah, home builders. I see that in the chat. Somebody said about XHB, which is the home builder ETF, which makes sense. Again, lower yields is going to push real estate. It's going to push anything to do with housing higher. So you probably look at like Pulte. What is it? PL. I forget the ticker on this one. PHM. That's right. Pulte Group. That one's higher. Toll Brothers, probably another one. Look at that one. Nice big candle on Toll Brothers. Nice base here, though. I mean, we broke above this base, consolidated right at the moving averages, and then boom, you've had a nice 4, 5, 6 days to the upside, and then you get the lower yields today. And you look at real estate is basically leading the S&P today, where tech's a little weaker, and real estate's your standout, which makes sense with the lower yields in utilities. So let's see here. I think the banks in general, I think that you may have, if there's any fear of economic slowdown or weaker jobs, or if we start to get data on the retail sales that was weak, and you start to look for maybe reasons that the consumer may be weakening or not as strong, and then maybe that puts a little bit of pressure on banks for less lending and less risk appetite for credit for consumers to be taking out loans and stuff like that. So that may be why you see some weakness in the banks. But I think some of it's in the insurers you're seeing. If you look at the other one, which is I think KBWB, which is strictly the bank ETF, isn't as bearish. The XLF does have a little bit more of the insurance companies in there, where the KBWB, which is just the bank ETF, actually looks a little bit better. You look at names like JP Morgan. This rallied up back through the 50, and you got the 9 and the 21 curling. So I think JP Morgan still looks okay. Got a little bit of resistance above you here. Bank of America, same thing, rallied back up. We'll see if we can try to target these highs, or if we just consolidate here, it'd be okay. You just don't want to see it like falling away and back taking out the 50. What else? Go back to the futures for a minute. Yeah, so we've just kind of pushed. The S&P obviously is pushed a little bit higher than the NASDAQ, but here we are kind of sitting at this high end of the range. And like I said, you got this small trend line here that's you're just sitting right against it. So here's your resistance point. This is probably a good short at like 705 if you caught that against this trend line. And maybe a good setup for a little bit more to the downside. So we need to break above this trend line here, get back above these highs like 705, 7005 and ES. And then maybe you could take it back up to 27, I think, in the futures. NQ is obviously on the weaker one. You've done a little bit more damage on the chart, and you're not above the 21, you're not above the 50. And a lot of these names just rallied off the lows, in my opinion. So I don't think we're out of the woods until we can get back above the 50 on the NASDAQ. You got to reclaim 25.6 and start to push higher from there. But this is right now, I would say my look is under these levels, under this trend line. I'm looking more to the downside for this small wedge to probably break. And obviously we'll wait to see that, but you're seeing that on the hourly a little bit more clearly. So we've had this, we had the low back on Thursday. We've rallied up. You strike a trend line right through it. You've had this consolidation. You got some resistance here, and then you got the trend line above you. And now you're kind of falling out of this kind of rising wedge on the hourly. So if we take out basically 20, call this 25 280s, and then this low, maybe 250s, probably rotate back to right here, your 1 hour support level of 24,955. You can take this out because structure gets a little bit thinner once you break through here. So that's kind of what I'm watching. If you guys got anything you want me to pull up or take a look at, throw it in the chat, and I'll try and pull it up and see what we got. If you got stuff you're looking at, but I think that's a little bit more my big picture view of what we're doing. But maybe we just chop for the rest of the day until we get a little bit more info on the jobs market tomorrow. I think that'll be your catalyst in one direction or the other. I don't know if there was any other. Yeah, employment cost index this morning missed by 1/10. That was nothing really. Small business optimism index was slightly down. Very small miss, but there was some Fed comments last night. I was scanning through from. Let me go back and pull some of these up. I think they're kind of important to highlight, just on the big picture. Bostic last night said choppy jobs data is another reason for Fed caution. Myron said using the Fed balance sheet in times of trouble makes sense. Just some of these comments that were made yesterday. How AI is impacting the economy is hard to measure right now, but they think that there could be an effect on employment. Just some interesting remarks on employment. And then you had yesterday when a couple of Hassett made a comment about obviously the jobs number coming in weaker. They expect it to be much weaker. So I think that's a little bit concerning. So that's kind of what I'm looking at. The other thing, let's look at the dollar real quick. So I talked about this a while ago. I'm going to throw this up. It's a long-term trend line. There was a comment last night. One of the Fed members as well talked about there was concerns. It might have been Bostic, I think, made the comment about structural weakness in the dollar, and that was starting to cause some concern. But we got this big trend line on the dollar here that kind of runs through these lows, and we're right at it. broken below it, but I'd like, this is a monthly chart, so you got to give it time to develop. It does look almost like a bear flag. We rallied back towards that 100, failed, and this could be, if all of a sudden we get some further weakness in the dollar, you'd probably see the euro, the yen shoot up a little bit more, and keep an eye on that. This could be a proxy for gold too. If the dollar starts to break down and we start drifting away towards this 92, I do think that will put a bid into gold a little bit longer term. So just keep an eye on that one as well. Small caps. Let's look at the Russell. We'll just pull up IWM. Small caps, I mean, still look, I think obviously the best of the indexes, in my opinion, along with the Dow. So small caps in the Dow stocks, but we pulled back. You broke trend for one day, you reclaimed it, and then you broke back over this trend line. You got a couple candles here to the upside. So I think small caps still look good for now. So we'll see how this jobs data that comes out tomorrow, if that impacts the small caps, because typically weaker employment necessarily wouldn't be good for smaller companies. That's not something that the small caps will like if the numbers negative or very much weaker than the market's expecting. But small caps, I still think look the best for now. What else? Let's look at short-term futures here. Let's go back 5 minute and put some stuff on. I did take a trade. My first couple trades I took, I was short from basically that trend line. 704.50 was my average in ES. And I rode that down and covered it at Summit 86 here. You could almost argue that this little move down could be flagging here. Look at these wicks on the 5 minute. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 35 minutes of these upper wicks and body same size. So every time we try to rally up, we just get slapped up here against this 95 level. So watch this. If this area breaks down like this 85, there's probably a little bit of a drift lower, maybe rotate to like another 10 points lower, maybe towards the 70s. If this starts to break down and fail. But look at that wick. Look at the shadow that's forming. You got 1 minute for this candle. That's a big topping tail. It's almost inverted hammer, or about to be a gravestone doji is what it looks like. And let's see where it closes at. So this could be next candle. If we break below here, it's a pretty big rejection off. That's a 10-point rejection on that candle. Watch it for a move lower. And NASDAQ now you got in the red as well. Yep, and here you go. The other trade I did is right up at those highs against that trend line. I sold a call spread. I sold the 7.15, 7.30s right when the S&P was trading around 69.80, 182 in the cash. And I took that off on that first move lower that we came down here at 50% of the credit. Sold it for 85 cents. Took it off at 40. Bought it back, I should say, 50% profit on the trade. But I love, like, if you trade options and you get into key resistance levels like that, that's a trade I love to do. I love selling put spreads or call spreads at support or resistance, and that setup for me was just a perfect one. As you can see, like, we got this trend line here. You've had a lot of hourly candles with you know, back and forth, couple topping tails. Kind of once I saw this one, I went and sold that spread right around 82, and then we got this nice move down. I was able to take that off. But when you get into these resistance levels, like you look at the wicks of these highs and then tops of these bodies, kind of told you, said, okay, you could reject this trend line. So that's how I set those trades up. Yeah, here we go. So you got this gravestone doji on the 5-minute, and now you're breaking below the 50 period on the 5-minute as well. So a little bit more of a bearish tone from these highs. All they did was wicked everybody up, got some liquidity up here at 95, and slammed it back down. So if we do get this where it starts to break away a little bit, I would expect little expansion of range, probably down into maybe the mid 70s would make sense. They could try to hold it here. They're going to have to try to get some buyers to step in and move this up, but it doesn't look like they're going to do that right now. Yeah, a lot of the pull this up. A lot of the software names. Look at IGV finally got oof, let me resize this. Finally got a bid. Finally caught something after this just absolute waterfall down to 80 bucks. But right into, if you go out last couple of years, you got a lot of congestion in the mid 80s to try to support some of the softer names. They were crushed. But look where we rallied back to, right back to the 9. What are we doing? You wicked into it, a little bit of selling, and now you're kind of just consolidating here. Maybe you got a doji on it. So I think some of these softer names probably have some good value here. Obviously, Microsoft. The other one I thought was, I think ServiceNow is at a really interesting spot. Go to the weekly on ServiceNow. Look at this thing. I know it's kind of messy, some of these trend lines, but look at this. I mean, right into the trend line. Big sell-off, oversold RSI. I mean, this sets up really well for a potential bounce here. I mean, you get oversold on the weekly like that, you come into some support. I bought this around 100 just for a swing trade, but you're very extended from the 9 period on the weekly, and then on the daily, you haven't even touched the 9 yet. So maybe get a rally back up on the 120s on this name. Just depends what the broad market does. But I would keep that one on your radar. God, some of these, like Adobe, look at this one. That has not moved at all. This thing just looks weak. It looks like it probably wants to fail and go lower. I mean, it hasn't bounced. I mean, look at these, just lower highs over and over, and you got equal lows. And if you can't get a candle that kind of shoots up higher, this probably ends up breaking to the downside. Look at it on a weekly. You took out this 274 level. I guess your next couple spots down here, 259 and then 255. But that one does look, God, that's an ugly looking chart. Wow. Look at that thing. It rallied all the way. The stock was $700 and gave it all the way up. You're talking, what is this, down 60%, 70% at this point? Crazy. What's the other one? Salesforce. I know some people I've seen in the Discord. This is just a textbook. Look at this thing. Head and shoulders, boom. Left shoulder, head, right shoulder. Perfect breakdown at the neckline here. And once you broke the neckline at like this 225, you lost about $30 right there. You got trying to hang on to, I would say this is a okay support level. But there's probably at some point you move back to this longer term trend line down here because there's just not much here to help you until you get back. I hate to say it, probably down in this area in the 140s. As crazy as that is. So some of these names, even if they bounce, I wouldn't try to catch a falling knife until you see some good structure that gets built out and you start maybe getting some consolidation and some candles back to the upside. These names will bounce, but I wouldn't want to chase them. Just because usually the first move you're going to get a counter trend, that gets sold off probably to new lows, and then you try to look for a better base to build out and look for some divergences to develop on the daily and the weekly chart. Kind of like if you look at Salesforce back in 22 when we sold off. I actually had this drawn in there from a long time ago, but we're going lower. You really had like a falling wedge like this, and you start to build these divergences out down here. And check this out. As this thing fell into this falling wedge, you finally got a couple candles to the upside. And as soon as you broke, this thing ran a bunch. So I'd like to see something like this on the weekly happen down here, and we're nowhere close to that. We don't have enough price structure to even think about it. You want to trade it for a bounce, but I still don't think you buy it here for a long-term swing or anything. I mean, you could rally all the way back up to like 230s, and then this could get rejected as well. So I'd probably stay away from that one for now. Yeah, look at these bonds, man. Long bonds. This is ZB for anybody that doesn't know about the bond futures, but I actively trade these. I got a pretty big position in the bond futures. More on the short end of the curve is where I'm the heaviest in the ZTs and the ZF, which is the 2 and the 5 year treasury notes. But once again, trend line break, retest on the long bond, this would be correlated to TLT, but you're kind of in this nice, since 23, you've been making lower or higher lows and keep consolidating. And if we do get some weaker economic data, this could run, I think, at least back to 120 on the long bond. What else are you guys looking at in the chat? You guys got anything? Anything we can pull up, check out? Any charts you guys are seeing? The market's really just doing not much. I mean, ES here has had I don't know, was it 10-point range since we've really opened? Hasn't been doing much. Let's pull it up. All right. Lowe's Corp. Let's do that one. Yeah, I mean, this is another one in the home builders, right? So, or housing, I should say, not home builders. This is another one in that play. I mean, this is a great looking chart. How do you not like this one? I mean, you got this high back over from October of 24, but you've rallied up. You got a nice consolidation. You pulled back, and then you're moving back to the upside here. And as long as we stay above, we could even probably redraw that trend line a little bit now that it was kind of broke there. But as long as you stay above like this area, this 276, it's a nice candle today. And then obviously with rates moving lower, that probably continues to help names like Lowe's, names like Home Depot, Toll Brothers, Pulte. That's going to be a tailwind for housing and just the real estate stocks and wealth as well. So like the REITs, another one I've been looking at, Realty Income. This one has moved. This is a great long-term play that I have in my long-term portfolio, but I've been buying this basically for the past, year that I've been building a position. It's finally run from 56 all the way up to 63. But you look at real estate in general, it's had this massive consolidation with higher rates that we've had the last couple of years, which has put a damper on the real estate stocks. But they're the most sensitive to interest rates, so that's why you're seeing more recently. Look at these candles, nice base here, and XLRE starting to move to the upside. So there's probably some other names in there like ADC. That's probably another one that probably looks good, which is Gree Realty Corp. Yep, look at this long-term break of the trend line. You got some resistance here, but I still like this. That's moved very nicely off the low $6. What's another one in that space? Rexford Realty. I think we talked about that. This one has a little bit more of industrial exposure in like the Amazon and the consumer in Southern California. So that's another one in that space. But let's look at CGNX. This one looks, I mean, this looks good, at least on a shorter term time frame. You got moving averages underneath you stacking. You broke this trend line. You do got a little bit of overhead supply kind of in this range. So you could, as long as you build out a little bit or come back, touch the 9. If you stay above the 9, you could probably buy this and look to probably rotate up to highs. But this trend line is obviously good support, and you got the moving averages. This one actually looks pretty good for now. So I like that one. Yeah, Palantir. So I was short this name from the 190s. I did cover about 75% of my short on Thursday at the 130 level, just because it's so oversold on the weekly time frame. So I want to take some of that off because I had puts that expired in March, so I booked some of those gains. But Palantir on the daily, obviously this makes sense. Oops. What do? We rallied from 130 all the way up. We hit the 9. What are we doing? Rejecting off the 9. So, yes, I do. Just in the chat, I do own XLRE. I own some REITs in a longer term portfolio. Not my active trading stuff, but I did start building a bigger REIT position, like late in the last like 6 months, because they're defensive in recessionary environments, and then they're also they're good when yields are falling. So Fed funds, or the Fed's cutting rates, and yields are coming down in 26. That will be real estate will probably be one of your standout sectors that you'll see on the big time frames. They don't move a ton in the option side. Like they don't typically, some of the REITs aren't going to move, $20, $30, $40, $50, but they will move, and they obviously on a long-term basis, they have good dividends and stuff like that. So it's a good place in my opinion, where I got some of my long-term portfolio where I'm not going to go buy stocks at all-time highs at some of these valuations. So some of the long-term stuff I have, I kind of moved over into there just to collect some yield and rotate into different sectors that are away from technology as yields come in and maybe some softer economic data. What else? AGNC. So that's actually a good one to bring up. So AGNC is a mortgage REIT and tied to housing to some degree, and also interest rates. It's a leveraged mortgage REIT, pays a big yield. I think it's like probably 13-14% yield on that because I do have some leverage on it. But that can be good as long as credit spreads stay well maintained and we don't have any widening in the mortgage market where we start to see an uptick in foreclosures or delinquency or anything like that. We are seeing a little bit. I mean, there has been year over year, like in October. I think mortgage. What am I saying? Not bankruptcies. Delinquencies, foreclosures. That's what I was looking for. Foreclosures, I think in October, year over year, up like 17% when that data came out. It's a little bit lagging, but it's like 2 months behind. But that one, it's good on yield. I mean, the chart obviously looks pretty good off these lows, and I mean that's run all the way. That's a big move from $8, and it pays a huge dividend. So maybe a little overextended in the short term, but as long as mortgages stay okay and yields come down, I still think this is a probably good play. I wouldn't be all in on it, but it could be a part of your real estate portfolio. Yeah, Josh, I do own. I don't have XLRE specifically in my long-term portfolio. I do have a bunch of real estate names, like I said, probably one of my biggest positions in that one is Realty Income. because I like the dividend. They got good dividend growth. The other ones I like in there, ADC, which is Agree Realty Corp. What's a couple other ones? Camden Property Trust, which is CPT. Equity Residential, that's EQR. That's a good one. That's the old Sam Zell company. RQI. What else in there? There's a couple closed-end funds too that I have that pay good yield as well. MAA, which is Mid America Apartment. Although I like some of that have some exposure to like the healthcare REITs and stuff like that, only because retail and somewhat of a recession can be for the REITs can be a little bit more of a challenge. VICI is another one. And then what else? That's probably the bulk of them that I have in mind. And then I got some treasuries, some double long ETF treasuries in there for a move lower in rates. But I think if we're to spot markets, and I'm not go back to the big time frame. I've been saying on here for quite a while that I think the markets, obviously there's churn, right? There's a lot of underlying. We haven't gone anywhere, right? I mean, we traded 69.20 back in October, and we're only 50 points above that 3-4 months later. You've seen breakdown in software, you've seen breakdown in technology, and I just think when you look at the big leadership stocks, you need those to lead you to new all-time highs. If they're not participating or they're below the 50 or below the 200, you get a market that looks exactly like this. And what does it look like? Down, up, you're just kind of ping-ponging in this range back and forth until you're going to need a catalyst, whether it's earnings or something else that's going to try to bring you out of this range we've been in. So you just kind of got this tug of war going on with technology. Now, if technology starts to pick back up, but you look at the XLK, which is like, what are we doing here? If you look at the XLK, you had this entire base here that we built out from the middle of December all the way to February, 2 months. And you failed that. You had one day, which I'd call look above and fail. Really, this is a double top at this candle. And you rejected right off it pretty aggressively. I mean, we went from 150 all the way down to 135. And to me right now, this just looks like a counter trend move right back to where? Lows. You got all this congestion in here. And what do? We rallied right back up to it, and now we're just stalling. So can we push back up above the 50 and get back in this range? Okay. I could see that. If we do that, then we can probably consolidate in here, and we need to look for some acceleration back to the upside. If we don't do that and we just start to push away from this level, well, then I think that probably brings the broader market probably lower, just to the fact that technology is the heaviest weighted sector in the S&P, and then obviously it's going to affect the NASDAQ. So yeah, memory, that's let's look at those. So that was one that when we did stock picks last Monday, I was short Micron, and mainly because one, when you look at a lot of these candles, you got the same size bodies, big ranges, and then kind of back and forth. It's just very stretched in the short term. I mean, Micron is out of control. I mean, this stock went from 226 in the middle of December all the way to 440, basically doubled or pretty close. But right now, I would say when you look at Micron, what do you guys see? Let me go down to the 4-hour. To me, if I'm in Micron right now, I call this a bear flag by a technician's book. That's what I see in this name. Anybody sees something different, let me know in the chat. But big move down, big candle, consolidation, moving to the right. you're stuck. Can't get back over the 4 hour 50 period, and you got the 9 and the 21 trying to catch you. So if this breaks, it's probably going to snap. The question is, where do we go? I would say, I mean, man, there's really, the problem with this is if you break below like 365, I mean, you could maybe get some help here. This gap fill down at like 347, 348. You got a little structure to catch you, but it's awfully thin through here. I mean, you just kind of one time framed your way all the way up to here. So, I mean, if you get a break in a big way, your big level is probably down here in the 260 area, 250 to 260, if this were to really fall apart. So you're kind of what I would say, you got a bear flag on the knife's edge. So I'd be a little bit more concerned. If you throw the volume profile on, I bet you it's going to show it all back and down here. If it loads, it might not load. But yeah, I would say Micron, some of these memory names, they've definitely been extended. And maybe this is where the memory names are cooling off. And guess what's picking up? Software. You know, Microsoft caught a bid. Oracle caught a bid. Oracle, I think, was 130. And I think got all the way up to, I think it's a little over 160 right now. It's a $30 move off the lows. So maybe memory is going to be the same. SanDisk probably looks the same. SanDisk actually probably looks worse to me now that you got this candle today breaking below the 21. So where's your next spot? Probably 505, and then maybe you can get caught up on the 200 on the 4 hour chart. But your 21 on the daily is right there, 513. But again, the structure is very thin. So if you get acceleration in this move where they start dumping it, again, you don't really have a lot of support until you get back down here. I mean, that's what happens in these big moves up where you one time frame. I could probably pull up gold or silver, and it looks kind of like the same chart to me. So when they wash it out, this candle could get big expansion of range and watch to the downside. What else?
What's up, Will?
What's up? How you feeling? How's your kid doing?
Poor girl, man. She was like Temley. She had a high fever. It started hitting again last night. She was sick last week and went to the doctor and like was getting better. And then now it's like fever came back yesterday or last night. So we were up all night and then spiked again this morning pretty hard. So my mother-in-law just got here a little bit ago and they just left to take her to the doctor. So we'll see how. I mean, there's nothing I can do right now, so I'm here for it. Until then, we are just trying to push back up a little bit, by the way. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, at any point I may have to run out this afternoon, but nothing I can do for the next hour and a half. So sitting here, I'm probably not going to trade. If you're not in like your normal conditions or whatever, it's usually tough to trade, think clearly, but I can still be here and look at charts, see what I'm seeing, all that good stuff. Appreciate you holding it down, guys. I put Will's X account in the chat. Make sure you're following him. Yeah, hope your kids got strep.
I know both my boys got strep. I'm like, this is I'll tell you what, this past like 4 months, this winter season, like, man, my family have had the rash of sickness, had strep, I had the norovirus, like we had it all. And I'm like, even like during COVID, I never really got that sick at all. I think I got it once and it was very mild, but man, it seems like this year it's we've gotten it all. We've gotten everything. But yeah, I mean, look, what are we doing? We're just got a big consolidation. You got a big balance area right in this range, and we're really going nowhere. So, we wicked into that trend line resistance up top. Kind of did that last night, which is kind of what I thought. We curled down, and now we're just kind of sitting on just slightly above the 9 in the futures. So, Not much to
Yeah,
do. Be a great
almost-
day for Iron
yeah.
Condor or something like that. Spreads is probably works
It's
awesome.
kind of what we
today.
talked about yesterday, right? Well, me and you were
Yep.
talking about it. We were saying, yeah, probably an Iron Condor. I was a little nervous because I was like, okay, if SPX does break through that heavy resistance up there at 85, if it does break through that, it could get a pretty explosive move. But we also have a lot of statistics saying that we stay green on the day and we close above where we opened. So my main thought was to buy dips this morning. It dipped a little bit further than I wanted it to. Still held the 300 area on NQ. ES is it's from 80. It's a 20-point range to watch out for. 69, 80 to 7,000. That's just chop zone. But if I had to do something, I would be just buying anything under 370 down to 330s or lower, and selling it back into 380s to 400, 420 on NQ. That's just the statistical approach. I've also seen, just since I sat back down here, about 500-600 lots on NQ go long.
Yeah. And we traded just below the value area, down in like the low threes there, pro below it, and then you're pushing back up on the hourly. So what do you do now? You go back to the point of control, and then you probably rotate back to the top side, which is 400 here. That's realistically probably where you go. And then you look at yesterday's point of control was right there at 368. So you got this. I mean, really, kind of yesterday had this like P distribution, which I call it. You have it kind of looks like a P shaped where the structure's thinner down here, and then you kind of create all your value kind of up at the highs. And obviously that includes the overnight session as well, but majority of that volume comes from the day time frame. So this makes sense. You just kind of have like overlapping value. So I think that's why we were talking about yesterday, like probably don't do much today with the jobs data looming, and maybe Iron Condor is the play for now. So probably rotate back up towards value area high, which is like right around 390s. And that's kind of the direction we're going. I just noticed Tesla trying to peek over the trend line here. Look at that.
Look at Tesla just ripping right now. New
Yeah,
high.
that's what I was saying.
Good
You had
Lord.
this you had a nice trend line here on the 4 hour, and it's trying to break it right here. So you got a nice defined trend line. Let's see if you can break and close above that. That probably takes you up to 431. That's probably what I think, somewhere in that neighborhood. And then here you go, ES, right back to the
NVIDIA is strong too.
Yep. Yeah, let me go to the shorter 15. Yeah, NVIDIA trying to curl here. So you kind of opened up, wicked up to the highs right at the open, second bar, and then just burned it off. Caught the 50 period on the 15-minute here. Now we're trying to break back to the upside. What about Microsoft? This one probably, I think Microsoft probably just sticks around this area because you got the 9 period here. Amazon still.
Microsoft off of that gap fill, but under the 9, it's flip your coin.
Yeah,
I would probably like error on the side of it's going to go higher. But I think you just flip your coin there and wait.
Yeah, then you got Apple a little bit on the weaker side though. Look at this. Got some support coming in here a little bit lower, like 272, but this one's starting to roll back over a little bit. And then Netflix actually caught a nice bid off the open and it's burned that off as well.
30-minute chart looks really good. NQ.
Yeah.
8 minutes left, but you're about to get a bullish engulfing 30-minute. ES has a like 30-minute reversal, kind of like your socket, like your outlet for your the plug-in outlet, kind of has that little pattern look to it for reversal. The doji in the middle. 15-minute looks that just engulfed on NQ. So you probably buy the wick down here a little bit, play it back to the upside. You still have the IB that hasn't been taken. It was on ES, but it wasn't on NQ.
Yep. And what do you have here?
Yeah, and the downtrend that you just had is now
broken.
pushing upside.
Yep. So you retested this area, and then I mean we could literally just chop between. Like I said, I think it's an inside day, and I think you just sit inside this value area. Clean up some of this a little bit. It gets a little crazy, but yeah, I think that's probably what we do. I think we just kind of ping pong back from value area high to value area low, and you just kind of stay in this balance between here, which is what we've been doing. When you look at majority of the trade from today, it's just all in the value area. We haven't broken away from it. As soon as we got down to value area low, look at that. Instant big buyers stepped in, bought the low, and you rotated back right up to the point of control. So probably just chop around this range. I think that's where you're going to be.
I mean, right here it would be really tempting to get long.
I know. That's what I was thinking. I mean, you did have healthcare just back slightly red. Financials, the banks have been a little weaker today.
There was a bunch of headlines that came out for I know Goldman, IBKR, and somebody else. They were talking about taxes and like your 1040s and something else, W2s and all that. Something about AI doing that kind of stuff. And I saw several banks get hit for some reason.
I wonder if that's maybe like Intuit as well.
Intuit was definitely on the list. H&R Block, which is at HRB. They've recovered a little bit.
Yeah, but they probably got smacked.
They got smacked off the highs. You can see that.
Yeah. There's your.
But it was like the whole banking, like XLF, the whole thing. You just saw like just get absolutely wrecked at 1045. Schwab, Schwab was another one.
Oh wow, that's an ugly looking candle from the highs.
I think Schwab was one of the main ones that I heard them talking about.
They just took out that entire last month. See you later in one candle.
And that's what pulled all the banks with it a little bit. So yeah, like Wells Fargo. Look at Wells Fargo's down really bad drilling.
Yep. Yeah, ugly candle right to the 9. And then I think that's probably some of the weakness in the regionals, down 0.75% here off the highs. They've been falling apart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Meta, Microsoft, NVIDIA all look pretty decent. Tesla obviously just made a new high, so it's decent. So you have kind of half participation in the mags. Google's okay. It's not doing a whole lot, but it's okay. Even though it's down, it's bounced off the lows.
I mean, if you just look at this is the mags, which is the Round Hill Magnificent 7 ETF. And I mean, just look at where we are in relation to the moving averages.
It's interesting that KRE is coming down, even though KRE was on the daily, it kind of had a little, it was super extended and kind of had a little top on it. But the real estate stocks are doing really well today because people think there may be some help in the bonds and the rate cut.
Look at this today. Look at that yield move. We opened up at 485. Actually, yesterday we were at 490 basically, and now we're trading all the way down to 478. That's a huge move on the long end. Basically, just took back this entire move. And if you throw some trend lines on there, Look at that. Look at that break. Look at this break. It's perfect. Boom. Right through it. So once you break that trend line, it's really a big triangle is what it is. This probably fills up, and you probably see yields come to probably 460s. Especially if we get that jobs number tomorrow and it is weak or negative.
The rates, you were talking about rates earlier, I heard you, but the rates have been moving. And if you go to the FedWatch tool, I mean,
let's pull that up
still creeping to more of a, we're getting really close to 50-50 chance of an April rate cut. So like you'll see that, you see how like from 1 week and 1 day ago, it's creeping.
Yeah, so if we look at this. So a week ago it was only 9.4. It's doubled. This is from March that you could get a
go to the April one. The April one, I don't think they'll do anything in March, but like they're starting to try to price in. If you look at April, it was at 22 a week ago, and it's up to like 35.
Yeah.
So you see the hold, basically the rate hold probability is only at 58 now. And that's down from 75. So quarter of a percent.
So if you look at, if I zoom this in, if you look at the Fed Fund futures chart. And you start look at the probability chart, you start to see that they're pricing in basically a June cut. Now there's even more, maybe an April cut, and you could argue maybe they're going to do one here, one there, and maybe July gets pulled forward or something like that. You're kind of in that range. It looks right now like futures market pricing a June cut and then September, but that could change. I'm in the camp that I think they probably cut 3 to 4 times this year, not 2. I think we probably realistically at the end of the year, I think we end up down here at 275, and I'll show you why. If you go back to if I pull up the 2-year yields, basically Fed funds typically tracks the 2-year yields is what you see. And if you go to the weekly, I'm going to zoom this in real quick so we can see. The 2-year yield to me looks like a very large dome top that's been forming.
Oh, wow.
And this is obviously the inverse of this would be the which is the ZT futures is what it is. But when you look at this and you say, okay, where are we going? We'd probably go to this high at some point, and that is roughly 50 basis points lower, which is 298. And if you look, they're kind of on like a knife's edge, right? Like if this fails, like it's going to be the 2-year, like once they start cutting or they got to cut more aggressively, this is going to move the fastest on the short end of the curve. So I actually think you'd probably get some structure where this ends up breaking and you go here. So if you say another 50 basis points, that's at least 2 cuts to at least this support level. So I would think somewhere in that neighborhood. If you go to the 10-year, say, where's the 10-year going? Look, we broke this. I mean, right in the back of this trend line, we broke it. You got another one here that's another perfect, basically, touch, and now you're rolling over. So I think even the 10-year, at some point, we could see back in the mid 3s. So I think yields likely move lower, and especially if the jobs data, like I said, they said yesterday, not only is this going to be weak, but based on the immigration information that they have with less immigration and deportations and whatever else, that they think that the next few jobs reports are going to be on the weaker side. So if you're looking at obviously real estate, TLT is another one. When you go, been forming this base down here, if you go to the daily, we got whoa, hold on. Let me get rid of that. If you go to, like I was saying, you've been riding this uptrend line for a couple of years now, and look, you got a nice break right over this one to the upside. So yields continue to press. This could move, I mean, at least back to the 90s, but I think on a big picture, if we got some more weakness and the market did start to sell off in a more meaningful way, I think you do get a flight to quality, and you probably could run this up, maybe back up into the mid 90s, realistically on the long bonds. But we'll see. We will
Yeah, big
see.
shout out to Will. Will's a huge asset hanging out. I mean, as you guys start trading longer and longer, you'll start just coming across random people that you can share your ideas with. That you can, there's things that I watch a little bit more that, and that maybe Will doesn't. There's things that Will watches, a lot more than I do, like a lot of these, interest rates and REITs and stuff like that. And well, you can really, as you're in your trading career, you can really benefit yourself by just finding other smart people and keeping them around you. I don't have to know everything in the market, but I can meet people that are more intelligent in certain areas than I am, and it just makes me better. I mean, I don't. That's one thing that has helped me as I've become the trader that I am today. I literally just as many smart people as I can find, and like you do have to wade through the BS because there is BS out there. But like as you figure that out, you'll find the the little diamonds in the rough out there.
Yeah, it's like we said this before. I think it was Jordan was saying this, but it's like it's so important to get yourself in a good trading group. And I remember a guy years ago that was at the Chicago Board of Trade when I was there, and I remember he told me, he's like, never trade alone. And I'm like, what do you mean? And he's like, you wanna be around other people, because the reason he was in a trading group, and this was back in the late 2000s after the market blew up, is he said someone's going to see something that you don't. Someone's going to see something else that you're not seeing, that maybe wasn't even on your radar, that you need to pay attention to. And if you got a good group of traders in your group, whether it's stuff on the macro side or more short-term analysis, or somebody that's focuses on nothing but volume profile, or whatever it is, you want to be in a group that has a different perspective on a lot of different products. Because, for example, all of a sudden, if credit's moving or interest rates start to move and people aren't paying attention to that, and then they wonder, well, hey, why did the market fall apart, or why did we rally, or whatever it is, you got to have somebody that's looking at kind of broad spectrum, because you get yourself around a lot of good traders that have different perspectives is only going to help you and benefit you. I'll tell you the one thing I'm tempted to. This Iran thing lingering. I've been kind of wanting to short oil up here, but still in a downtrend. We've definitely rallied, but the Iran thing is the only reason I wanted to sell some calls in there, because the premium, I was looking at selling like the 78s or the 80s up against these highs, just because the premium's so juicy and I'm like 30, 40 days out. But obviously, if we go into Iran and start some stuff over there, it's probably not going to be good. That thing's going to rip right through there. So I'm a little gun shy on doing it, but
Oil looks like a low.
Yeah, this looks like a nice bull flag here, but long term, this is still in a downtrend.
Yeah,
you go to the weekly, like this.
I said I was going to long 55 oil, and I missed it.
Yeah, double bottom. You had a double bottom
Mid-December.
down there. Yep. But realistically, you have change this color. I mean, this if anything, this looks like a descending triangle to me on a big time frame. You got lows down here, and it's unless you can get back above 70 and try to break out of this longer term downtrend, like, do you just fill this out for a while, and then does it rotate back down to this in the 40s? I know it's crazy to think, but if we do get any weakness in the market or weakness in the economy, oil's not going to be a play to the upside. But and like, it's interesting because oil hasn't moved that much, but you look at Exxon, new all-time highs, like ripping, and oil has not even got back over 70. I find that quite interesting. Exxon, Chevron, all the oil names, I mean, they've just been on absolute fire.
Well, they had, I mean, to the weekly and monthly breakouts on those names
were just huge.
Like Exxon. I tried to play that breakout for like 2.5 years.
And that's, and that's the problem, is like you get into these, long consolidations, and you almost had a point where you could almost argue it was breaking down and getting away from these highs, and then all of a sudden you just get higher lows for the past 4 months, and then all of a sudden one day, boom, big break to the upside.
Risk management, how you pick how many shares to trade when to take profit to our top. I mean, I trade the chart more than anything. I think there's a lot of dynamic pieces that go into risk management that you kind of learn as you go, and people trade differently, especially like there's certain things that are just really systematic, like a 2R trades or 1R trades with a higher win rate. Like, so you have to think about how many times you're going to win versus how many times you're going to lose, typically. But if things are less volatile, or if I have the more confluence I have, the more I'll put on to a trade. It's just like the stars align, then I'm going to take a full size, I guess. I don't know that I even have a typical full size. I kind of just fill out what the market's doing and how aggressive price action is, and then my style is I get in where I think we're going to get at least some type of, either support or rejection, or, or overextended, something like that. And then as the trade goes my direction, I'm aggressively trimming and de-risking the trade. So then I'm letting the runners work for me. So like the way I kind of I'll scale in, I usually on futures, I usually use like 3s on the M and Qs. And so I'll buy like 3 at a time. And so sometimes I may only get, 6, sometimes I have 9, sometimes I have 12, or even, even more if it's a higher confluence. But I'm going to trim out, I'm going to take off half of that. If I get a, 30, 40, 50 point move, I'm taking off at least half to lock in that trade. And then if it, it goes to 70 points or something like that, I may take off another. But what I'm looking at is I'm looking at the levels I have on the chart. So if I have levels at 330 and levels at 370 and levels at 400, I'm just going to trim at those levels, right? So it gets through one level, based on my analysis, it should get to the next level. So I'm going to trim, as my levels there. If I have a whole bunch of levels, I'm probably going to take more aggressive trims, because if I think, okay, well, any of these 3 spots that are kind of here close together, it could reject, I'm going to take more trims there, and the risk management side, it all depends how you end up trading. So, I mean, it can be it can be very systematic approach. Like Jordan is very, this is my risk, this is my trade, this is when I go to break even. That's how he trades. It's very systemized. Mine is a lot more discretionary, which I've built over time of just doing it and getting a feel for where, what this current scenario is. Because I think you have to kind of adjust. I mean, if VIX is at 20 plus, like I'm trading way differently than when VIX is under 18, or when VIX is at 15. I'm trading way differently.
Yeah, I think to your point, it's about the speed of the market, and you can pick your levels. I think if you're going to intraday trade, and you want to have a tighter risk management, like today, I guarantee you there's so many people trying to force trades and getting chopped up in here, because we're just literally going back and forth in, ES 10 points, and just hanging around the middle of the range. So like this price action I have on the screen right now, like this is messy, right? Big candle up. I guess you could ride it up to, where you have some more confluence on the chart and bigger time frames. But like this, then you get a little breakdown, then you're back up. I mean, you could try to day trade it, but I think that like this is like when I see stuff like this, and I thought this yesterday, and we're just chopping like this, and I saw like same size bodies all morning going like this, that's when we got up here, and I saw some of these wicks. I saw the call spread up there, because I'm like, we're not going anywhere.
I got out of a trade. I wanted it to break out, and my bias would still be to do that, but I do think there's a high chance of consolidation. We talked about this yesterday, Will. 3 hard sell-off days, 2 bounce-back days.
Yep.
Usually you're going to go nowhere after that, just like on a probability standpoint, just knowing, the context of what the market's done. Huge move down, a big move right back up, normal retracement type of stuff. But 3 down days, 2 up days, some type of inside consolidation day. I know we tested the high and took it out. So there's some statistics that say that we should close at least green or near the highs today. But just in general, and knowing that there's data coming down the pipe tomorrow morning at 8:30, before the market opens. Yeah, okay. Trade like a day like this. You mentioned iron condors earlier. I was a little nervous to put them on, but that was probably the base case, was just you're not going to get a crazy move today. And then the other thought that I had was, you probably just trade this back to the middle. Anytime this gets down near the lows, you probably trade it back up. And if this gets up near the highs, you probably, the way I'm approaching it, because you could do it both ways. You could say, okay, anytime it gets up near the highs, probably fade it back towards the middle and just play towards the middle all day. Or since I have more analysis telling me that there's upside opportunities, I will just, at the lower end of the range, I'll long, and I'll take the longs off here, in the middle to upper part of the range. And I'll just, kind of play that back and forth. And I'll just look for dips to play back to the middle. And it's like scalpy type of action. So that would be the way I'd approach, just thinking about the big picture. There's a headline on DraftKings and FanDuel right now. Sports betting tax increase in Arizona.
Well, they have that in Illinois. Every bet you do in DraftKings is 50 cents. They charge you.
Yeah, I had to cut my DraftKings position. I really liked that company and that stock, but the prediction markets changed some things there, and it's not progressing like I wanted it to. It's one of those things where, you have a thesis, sometimes you have to pivot.
Yep.
And I made good money on it, but I had to pivot.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at this, you put the volume profile up, all you've done, rotated the value area high, value area low, came back into it. The trade these are good trades, actually. If you break out a value area through the low and then you reclaim back into it, chances are, I think it's 70-something%, you rotate back to point of control.
Yeah, so I've learned a lot from Rizzo, because he does the auction market theory, and there's other strategies, I guess, in the market that people will teach you. But essentially, if you hold one side, you traverse the other side. Anytime you have a range, if you accept into or hold one side, you look for it to traverse to the other side. So in this case, you held the bottom, you probably rotate your way and traverse back to the top, and then you come back to the middle, or whatever that's kind of what I was explaining, right? When I said, look, I would look to, long near the lows and take it off near the middle to the upper, and just continue to just play the rotation.
Yep. Yeah, you just rotate inside value. That's just kind of what we're doing. And you can see it's the outside of values shaded, and then we're just inside of this big.
The video's getting a nice pop with little volume here. Microsoft's coming down though. So this is rotation. I mean, IWM is the clearest trend, which, like I said, I mentioned this on a couple spaces. Me and Will chatted about this a little bit. The way that they're we heard Hassett's comments yesterday, but even this weekend going into yesterday, there was just little rumblings that the jobs report's not going to be good. And the way they're floating it out there is trying to not surprise the market that we may get some movement in rate cuts if there's a problem with the job market. So I just think that they're going to front run these, what do you call them? I think they're going to front run these rate sensitive stocks. That's why I think you're seeing real estate do so well today. KRE was already doing really well. But
Utilities, real estate, all those names are going to be the ones that are doing well. Yeah, and I mean, you just look at the 2 days. You look at the profile from yesterday. You're just in yesterday's range, right? That's all you are. You're just literally right. You've rotated. You went to the POC today, which was very similar to yesterday's point of control at 66. traded a value area low, rotated back up, tested it, and now guess where we're going to go? Value area high right here at 400.
Yeah, we still have the IB to take, and like this is the statistics I was talking about this morning from Edgeville, of course. The first hour, if the first hour of the market is green, you close above that opening print like 70+% of the time. The IB statistic is bullish for a break of the upper side of the IB. ES already did it, but we still have that statistic there. Also, we took out yesterday's high. When you take out yesterday's high, you finish the day green like 70-80% of the time too. I can pull up all the actual stats anytime. But the point being, I drew a box on my screen earlier because we should close above like 337 to 377, that like 40-point range. We should close in or above that box just on a statistic basis with a couple other confluence things that we push a little bit higher. Then you add in some of the price analysis that Will just did, where, okay, we look at yesterday's range where we held, that upper range we held all day yesterday. Obviously at the open, we wicked down and kind of took out, did a little liquidity grab under, the overnight lows, Asia lows and all that. And then, during the action the last hour or two, we pulled back, but we held basically those same lows, that same value area that Will's showing you on his chart. And now we're rotating back to the upper side of it. So the way I trade is how many layers of confluence can I put together on one, at one time? Like, can I put stuff together? And like that, this even goes with the other conversation of trading with a group of people, because I can't watch everything, even though I probably watch more than most people watch. But I also, I listen to other people and I know how other people trade. I've learned, I'm getting familiar with how Will trades pretty quickly here because it lines up pretty close with how I trade anyway. But I know how KC trades. I've picked up a lot of Jordy's stuff lately. I know Rizzo's, I don't know it like the back of my hand, but I know it pretty well. Like I can usually ping Rizzo and be like, hey Rizzo, do you have an area here? Or are you looking at, buying the dip here or getting out here? And I'm usually pretty close to where I think it's going to be. And so that's just added confidence. I don't have to fully know auction market theory, but what I can do is like understand just some of the basics of it. And then I can ask him, hey, do you see this? Or are you seeing this? Or what are you seeing? And then I put that together with what I'm seeing. And now I have a much higher confident trade going on. Rizzo's in Hawaii, by the way. King's Faces. He was on here the other day a couple times. He got a little rowdy last week trading. Came out fine. Actually, I mean, probably
Very fine.
More luck than anything, but yeah, came out very fine. What I would say is he's taking a well-deserved break from the market. He's got family out there on the island, so he's taking a little break,
Taking a week off. Yeah, you look at this candle right now. It's, I mean,
yeah, just a little rejection up here.
We didn't get all the way to that value area high, but I mean, we're within what 3-4 points. Just the upside of this. 397, I think, or 396.75, and then you just rejected 20 points off there. So I was actually trying to get filled just this light scalp at 400, but short. But the other thing too is like, even we talk about volume profile, like I can tell you based on what I see on the chart, if I take all this off, like even like the conversations, the more that I've had with Rizzo more recently, like I end up coming to the same levels without volume profile that he looks at. I mean, I use it to some degree in the short term. But I end up coming to kind of the same. We come to the same levels, but I just use it more based on price and moving averages, because obviously a 200 period moving average on a daily, there had to be a lot of time spent at that level anyways, and volume, or the moving average wouldn't be there. So it kind of gets you to the same levels to some degree when you look at horizontal support and resistance, and you can kind of in your head build out kind of where the volume is, because it's how long you spent there, and usually you get those horizontal support and resistance. The thing when you go back to You know, if you just look at I'll just pull up MU because it's a good example. When you start to look at like thin structure, when you say that, and you say, well, what does that mean? Because I say that a lot. That looks like a bear flag, by the way. But if you turn, let me see if I can turn the profile on just to show you. Will this load? I'm for the load on here. I don't know why it won't. That's too messy. But like, I can just tell you. I was hoping this would. Can I do it on a 4 hour? No, I don't know why it won't load on this one. But when we just talk about structure, though, and you say, I can tell you that there's probably some high volume nodes in this area because of the way the price is. We spent a couple months here. We ping pong back and forth, and you got some horizontal support and resistance in this area. This whole structure here is thin because you just one time framed your way. And what I mean by one time frame is like every day is a gap up and a new level. There isn't a lot of support in here on the chart. And when you break down, the breakdowns can be relatively fast because there's nothing to catch you. There's not a lot of volume that's spent at this level or here because you just kept going higher. So you didn't build any volume in any of these levels. So obviously you look at where's the 200 on the 4 hour, right in this volume area. So you know there's going to be some support, obviously based on the chart. And then probably your next big one's way down here, probably in the 120s that you spent. So it's about time that you spend in that certain price area, even without looking at the volume profile chart. Get you the same thing. But I'm going to tell you something right now. This is going to be a short. That is a bear flag. Look at these moving averages. We build this out. This thing breaks.
Which chart is this?
This is MU.
MU. Yeah. I looked at this one earlier this morning when I had a chance before. MU SanDisk both look like, they look like bear flags. They look like shorts. It may even wick back up one more time into the like EMAs or the 20-day. I think it's 345. There's a volume shelf. I think it's going back to 345, and then
yep, right here.
SanDisk is like the exact same. Like if you have a volume profile on that, you'll see it clear as day. There's a huge volume profile because there's a gap there too. There's a huge volume profile, 345 down to 339.
Yeah, it'll be right in this area. That's where you'll get it. So this I would watch for probably a break below. Go to the hourly. You had retest in the zone, but we start breaking below like 370. This thing's probably going to fall apart. Really, your area is that 363, and then again, like you said, that 345 zone over here. This is where you're going to have that consolidation. So you start breaking this, it's going to probably waterfall pretty fast. This looks like, it looks like Microsoft from the 490s. It's kind of the same chart. We did the same, a little bit different, a little longer consolidation, but same thing. It didn't really rise up, but you had this just tight consolidation. And once we got below, 470s, you had this last attempt here, and then it just got nuked. So SanDisk is the other one, probably same thing. SanDisk a little weaker already when you look at it, in my opinion. This kind of, you could almost argue, this is kind of already breaking down because you're, well, it would have been from this low. You've kind of already started to break away from it. It's almost like a bear pennant. So SanDisk looks a little weaker, but again, back probably into the low 500s, and then below that, it gets, again, this gets thin. This gets thin if you start to accelerate, which is actually, I think Robinhood is probably the best example below that. Take some of this out. This is a really good example. You had this big distribution top. You had this 495 and like right around this 100. And once you bounced, and then you start doing this, and then you start trading back to this 100 level again, this becomes a poor low, and you're likely to break through it because you're back to the same area after you've bounced quite a bit. You shouldn't if it's bullish, you should bounce, move away from that area, and keep going. And then you failed back. And then once you got below this 95, look what happened. As soon as you broke this area, boom, it was just a waterfall to the downside. Again, like Micron, like SanDisk, this is all thin structure through here. There's nothing to really catch you. So you just have all this one time frame into the upside. You didn't really build on any support. So where did you go? I think in the overnight session, we hit 68.70 on Thursday night. So we got really close to this level that I had in there. But what's Robinhood doing? Look at this. 2 tests of the 9. And not much going on there. Russell continues. I think it looks good. Still strong. Yeah, I mean, when you look on the daily, Apple trying to turn off this 273, still kind of in the middle of the range though. Not doing much in there.
See my man Chase chilling in the chat with us. See Kev B sliding in here. DC. Appreciate all you guys hanging out. I've had a wild night, morning, not trading wise, but surprisingly, I've made money today.
Ooh, look at Amazon.
And I think I made a good decision just getting out of some stuff a while ago.
You know, sometimes it's good, like where you're not trading a lot of futures or doing anything else, and you just try to do some trade management. Like, I mean, I look at like some of my longer term option positions and stuff like that, and try to just do a day of like cleanup, look at positions, see where the delta is, maybe clean some stuff up and do that, and then get back into futures. Like I bought Microsoft down at 395, right at that gap fill. I bought some call spreads, I bought some shares, and my target was 420. So I trimmed some of that around 423, 422. Still got probably 30% of the position on, but I want to take that for a bounce trade because I'm not.
You hit target today.
Hit the target.
The 9 at 420, and even like this, there's like this level at 424, 425. We were within $1 of that. So you filled a gap that you left the other day at 423 and change. So yeah, trade management I think is the perfect term. Oh, that 425 is that's the bottom side of the gap. You fill one side, you go back to the other side. If you go to your daily chart on Microsoft, you'll see it clear as day.
Yep, Oracle was the other one. I sold some of that today. I had a call spread in there. I bought the 140, 160 into March, and that obviously is already at 160. So
here's that Microsoft chart. So you see, I drew the gap here, and I put a yellow line right on where this candle was, and you see once that broke, gap filled, and now you come right back to it. So yeah, that's clear as day. Especially when you had the gap fill, and then the next day you got a hammer candle off of that same spot. That to me was a high confluence long trade to take. And we had the market bouncing with it, so there's more confluence there. Did you buy Microsoft options or shares? You did some spreads.
I had about 300 shares, and I bought some call spreads. I had bought the 395. 430 call spread, and that was into March. Look at this. Look at the NQ right now. We were just talking about this is a great example of what just happened. Pull that NQ chart up. We literally tagged value area high. I mean, within 2 ticks maybe, and just they ripped it down 30 points right off value area high. So where do we rotate? Right back to the point of control.
Point of control's here. Value area lows here. Value area high is right there. You can draw this multiple ways. You can even like, so I have the VRV, was it VRVP or whatever? What's it called?
Yep.
VRVP is what I have on the chart. And I changed the settings just so it's like more responsive. So it's not like those big wide bars.
Yeah.
You can also do like fixed range. So like you can like say, okay, well, from yesterday's open, what does it look like? And just go through like today, and you can see it right there and there.
Yeah, I do the or what is it, SRVP on the bigger time frames, but I like the SVP HD, which is like the session volume profile. So you can kind of see like overlapping value by day, like where that point of control was from yesterday
so
and the day before.
I can even go to your point there. I can go to this right here and just go to just yesterday's action, which is right here, and see that.
Yep, exactly.
You see your kind of little bell curve here. You can see a little volume shelf spike, 355 right there. You can see the point of control was 377, which is exactly where we opened today. And you kind of see it starts to taper off up here right at 400. So, and like I said, Rizzo is the one that I mean, he posts charts for me in Discord all the time for everyone, not just for me, but he even does the TPO, time price opportunity, as like the letter periods and stuff. So like that's how he trades. So Big J.
Hola, crew. What's goody? Just putting down a burrito. Putting down two burritos.
Chilling like a villain.
Yeah, I got stopped today.
It's all right.
I made a little bit of money,
great
and
morning.
then I had to cut a trade because my daughter a little sick. So got her off, but like just the hecticness, like there was no point in me trying to be in a trade. But the analysis is playing out pretty well. I was like going into the morning, I was like, gosh, I really think we're gonna take out this high and push. It's still on the table, but when I looked at SPX, and if you look where SPX rejected up here, it's a heavy, heavy level up here. So look, both of these right here, this one here, these right here, is 85 area, right where we had the high. And once I saw like 3 kind of distribution wicks into it on the 5-minute, right up here at this 85. So you see like once we got this hard one here, we got this hard one here, this hard one here. I was like, okay, I don't really want to be long into that heavy resistance.
Yeah, I was. I took a long to start the morning that I got stopped on, and then I missed a nice reentry that I had on the lower time frame, but I took a reentry on a 5-minute inverse, which literally got like 10 points from TP, but then I got stopped at break even. So 1 loss, 1 break even. I'm down like 2,700 on the 5 accounts. It's a solid loss day, not too bad. I lost a slightly bit more than I like planned for, just because of slippage this morning. I got caught in a nasty candle, so that kind of sucked. But other than that, played my plan, did everything right. Execution was great. I'm happy with it. Only thing I could have done better is taking that 30-second entry that I had. I had a re-entry and I didn't take it. But, well, I didn't see it, to be honest. But, great morning. Got really choppy early.
Yes.
Evan gave the Evan got a little police enforcement badge. That's cool.
New mod badge, let's go.
We need to get some more what's it called?
Well, they're slapping the NQ now. Well, look at that rejection off that 400 area. I mean, we got very close, but this is exactly what I'm saying when we talk about you rotate to value area high, and they slapped at 50 points. I think Amazon, I noticed Amazon was weak the last couple 5-minute candles. I don't know. Let's see. Nvidia, not much. Google. Apple. How about Broadcom? That one rallied right back into the range. Almost to the. Did it hit the 50? It did. It hit the 50.
I really should have done some spreads. That was kind of my base case, or at least what I should have done was done some call spreads at the high. And whenever we came back down a while ago, I should have done some. Like you have to go against like the what the price action's doing.
Yep. Yeah, that's the two. I did one in my automated options account that did put on the trade automatically. Did an Iron Condor, took that off for profit on its own, and then I sold manually. I sold the 715s up at those highs, SPX, for a winner.
Jordy, big shout out to Will, MVP, holding it down.
I know he held it down. I saw him holding it down because you texted. I was like, "Oh shit!"
You messaged me and I didn't. I was at the doctor and I came back and I was like, "Oh, let me go down there and jump on."
Yeah,
I sent the pic. I was like, "Oh no!"
I came on and I saw Will holding it down on the. I went on YouTube and I was like, "Let's go, we're set."
Yeah. Dude, I jumped on this morning. I sent a message in the chat. I was like, I'll start it up with my charts and I'll check in a little bit. I was checking in and like, cause like we'd given her some medicine. So the fever like came down and then it spiked back up real hard. And so then I like stepped away and was helping. We were just like, put her in the shower to like cool her off and some of that stuff. And then and I saw like Will worked his way in here. So I was like, yes, thank God. And Will's kids are sick too. Will gets it.
Yeah, I know. Trust me. It's been, gosh, it's like
big shout out to Will.
The sickness out here, we don't love it. I want to get rid of it, eradicate it.
Yeah, and the other thing that I mentioned was just like in the big picture of things. Once again, 3 big down days, 2 big up days. Like, it's not technically an inside day, but like an inside day would have even made more sense here to me. 3 big down days, 2 big recovery days. You're kind of right in the middle. Let's see what the retracement even looks like here. I think we're right in the middle. Yeah, look at that. So 310, this 310 on NDX, right where we opened, 377 or so on NQ. No, it's a little bit higher than that. Yeah, basically 380s, 390s on NQ is basically this this halfback of the range that we made down. You're just smack in the middle. So all you did was fall hard, work your way back to the middle.
I mean, we literally the 9 period on NQ is right here at 361, and that's just right where we're stuck at. Right here.
Oh. Somehow or another, I've managed to make money today. Mostly last night. Dude, I got so lucky last night. I just hit a long on the futures as I was like, I hit a little scalp here. I was awake, obviously, with the baby and stuff. And like Taiwan Semi just like comes out with this candle out of nowhere. We just rip 60 points and I get.
Oh my gosh.
Sometimes you just get blessed.
Bro, Amp, look at this. Freaking right before let me throw this up. There it is. Look at this. Look at how close I got.
Hold on.
Because okay, so here I can try and make it bigger too.
I got it. I had to get my thing off the screen so I could see it. What was your take profit?
This. So my take profit was at 456.50. I wanted to target the London high and previous New York session high. That was the target. But the problem is my entry was here, and I need at least a 1-to-1. I need a positive risk to reward ratio, and so I got break even. I at least went break even at this high. That was the intraday morning high. So I knew if we swept that, I didn't want to be in it anymore.
So
if we were going to sweep that to the downside, which is what we did, we just swept all those highs, and then I hit break even.
So you were looking for what? You're looking for 456, and we stopped at what? 450, 448 or something like that. 446,
447.
Yeah. So my question, in because I trade differently, so my question would be like, I know you want that one-to-one risk reward, but if you look left on that, would you not say, hey, I've 430, 420, 430, like I need to
trim.
I know you don't trim, but like either trim or like,
I went break even.
Maybe
my trim is
okay.
break even. That's my trim.
But why wouldn't, and I'm just trying to understand your system. Like, why wouldn't you say, let me either trim here or maybe lower my profit target, even though it's not a 1-1 anymore? I mean, you could lower it down to be like a 0.8, and you would have had a pretty banger trade. I'm just asking. I mean, I don't know if that's like against the rules or if that like messes with your other statistics.
I mean, there's always going to be times where you can discretionarily decide that, right? Of course. But I just know majority of the time, like I'm going to get what I want, just based off of me doing this over and over. Statistically, me trading, I have it in my P&L. Like I'm going to get what I want majority of the time. So
is this your dad?
Yeah, he's checking in.
Is it really? No way. Let's go.
Yeah. He's short.
Long story short,
I think 440 or something. I think he is.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, Jordan. I just looked down.
No, you're good. Long story short, though, I protect myself by going break even, and because I know majority of the time I'm going to get what I want. This time, obviously, you can make a discretion decision on, hey, we just took out those highs, and I knew that we just took out those highs. I could have said, I'm not just going to go break even. I'm going to take those profits even at a negative R. But I don't like to personally do that because that's not what my plan says to do, right? And I know my plan is going to work. And sometimes you're going to get caught in these times, but at least no matter what, I get a break even stop, right? At least I'm not taking another L. So that's really the thought process. Is I mean, a 1-to-1 is not a crazy hard risk to reward ratio to get. And so statistically, if I want to, again, because once in a while is okay, Emp. Like, if I did this just here, sure, once in a while is okay. But for the most part, like I never want to get in a like snowball effect of me taking negative risk to reward ratios. Because what happens, right? You end up taking a negative risk to reward ratio, but risking a more amount, and then you end up taking a loss, and that loss is way bigger than all the profits you've been making in the past few days. Right. So that's the whole thing there. I don't want to skew my R. Really, I just don't want to skew my risk to reward. So that's all it is. I go break even to keep myself safe.
Tommy's been long since like 8 p.m. market time last night. Mm-hmm. His automation crashed.
Savage.
But yeah, no, I was just curious because like I know like you're so based around the risk reward and no trend, like full part, like order flow is going to take me to where the market should go.
Yeah.
Like,
and that's where in this case I'm kind of just hoping that gets hit because I don't have like those highs getting swept, those highs getting hit. That was like my target. So I'm basically sitting there just going break even and saying I'm hoping. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So I guess my question was more around like, so like you had to do a 1-1 risk reward, but you got a poor entry. Like if you would have had a little bit better entry, you would have hit full TP and cashed. But but you're not going to judge just because you took a bad entry, just because you took like or I don't want to call it bad entry, but just not an ideal entry, based on the price action alone. Because like I feel like you could have gone, because you wouldn't have changed your risk on the bottom side. I'm because I really want to learn more on your system here. Because if I look at this and I say, like, okay, if you did a 1-1, but like let's say if you lowered your target to like yesterday's highs, basically 430, if you lowered your target to there, you would have had to raise your risk up to like London low, but you don't want to raise your risk because you're going off of that 15-minute order flow.
That would have worked, right? But I know just like the inversions that I'm playing, I always need to risk the bottom of that last up close candle that actually started it, right? And so that's why this here
I might try to
risking all
take
the
a
way to
trade
the
here
bottom of
against like 330. I think 330. I might try to long this if we wick into here. There's a trend line right here on the shorter term from this morning. I might try to just scalp it. Let me see, unless we drill through it.
Yeah.
I think we're about to flush.
Whoa.
I think if it
Just
flushes, you buy it right back to this box.
I just covered some.
Statistically. They're going to try to make me trade today.
I know. It's got a little aggressive
Told
up
myself I wasn't going to.
So SPY and SPX broke that trend line. Q's is hitting it right now.
You just know, like, there's so many statistics to keep trading it back to here. But the further it gets away from that box, the better your risk reward is to trade back to it.
Right. Let's see if this holds. If we can scalp it up, maybe back to like 40.
I mean, Nvidia's still hanging in. Microsoft got really weak.
There we
Tesla's
go.
at the highs. I think Apple was drilling. Let's see. Hood's rolling over. Oh, everything. A bunch of things rolling over. Meta's still okay. Oh, Amazon's selling hard.
Look at your 10-minute chart across anything. SPY, Qs, IWM. Tell me what you just saw happen. Anybody know what that candlestick pattern is? Where 9 times out of 10?
Bing Bong.
Evening Star.
Yeah, it's called an evening star, rejecting those previous highs from earlier. We didn't even get back up. The SPY, previous day high rejection, evening star 10 minutes.
I forgot it was Jordan's screen. I was over here trying to show the exact thing that you were talking about before you even said it. I was like highlighting the candles because I knew where you were going.
Now the best one, IWM, RTY, high of day, 10-minute chart.
So like, as you were saying that, I was like, right here. Yep. This, and this.
I should have went short RCY instead. Yeah, high of day. Right at high of day.
Chart right there. And once you broke this, boom. Now you're coming back your target's previous session high right there.
Now you're about to back test previous day high now on IWM and RTY. That short playing out.
This is the bottom of the range in ES as well. Yesterday's high.
It slapped it pretty good.
Yeah, I chased it. I chased it in the 50s, and I just covered down in the 20s.
There's your bell curve.
I should have hit RTY instead. Still going.
The thing I don't like is this halfback rejection on IndieX. That would take you back down to here at some point. But statistically, it should not happen today.
Dude, you see,
but if something happens 80% of the time, there's still the 20%. I saw all the banks get wrecked.
Dude, Bank of America is still dying. A lot of them bounced and are kind of chilling. BAC is still going lower.
Have you looked at
Schwab? That's what started
old Chucky. You saw old Chucky Schwab?
Old Chuck.
Old Chuck.
The old Chucky.
Goldman Sachs. They're hanging in there.
Ooh,
Wells
right
Fargo.
At the bottom of this range.
Good God, look at Wells Fargo.
This could get a little dicey on
SPX. If it's dicey, then I buy it.
We break below like 60.
Trump says he might send a second carrier to Middle East.
Oh, here we go.
If talks fail. That's from Axios.
Oh boy.
With the Plakia.
Thinking SPX. If we do break below 60 here, it's going to get thin and it's going to get fast.
Your banks are just getting crushed right now.
I got to stop at break even right now. But
why is that too?
Continue to go.
Here we go. They're about to crush this thing, I think.
Oh, there's 300. Boom, boom. 50 points.
Let's go. Oh, I took them off earlier. I bought some 50 puts just as some flyers for like $2. And I was like, they're not going anywhere. Should have left them.
There's 69.60 on SPX. If you want to look for a little bounce for a long play, it is right there. If that breaks, then it's going to get ugly in the back half of the session.
Yeah, it's going to be fast because there ain't a lot in there. You're going to 36 probably.
They really want me to buy this, don't they, these jerks? Not yet. I wish it would just fall hard to like 250 to 220, and then I just buy it right back up here.
Yep, 240. You got a trend line there too at like 240. Slappy.
Let's see. 5-minute squeeze fire downside playing out. 10-minute still forming. It's bearish.
Oh, Trump said either we reach a deal or we're going to have to do something very tough.
Oh, Jesus.
That's not I don't think that's what the market was looking for.
This is the old where's the meme of George Bush making the funny face?
What are we going to attack Iran and have negative 80,000 jobs? That's going to be great for the weekend.
There's your long.
Yeah,
Right back to the middle.
Right off the that low, 305.
69.60 SPX still holding.
I did buy some puts for Friday just in case. In case tomorrow gets dicey with this jobs number. Never know. Let's go. Let's go.
Hold on.
And they bought it right back up.
Hot hand.
Dang. IWM. Wow. Freaking short that one.
Yeah, war. Okay, so the clarifying point on this, war has never been bearish for the market. You buy the dip on the scare of war, if that makes sense. Like, what's the old Wall Street adage is you buy the bombs. Jordy just said his power went out.
Okay.
Man, they were just talking about that earlier. Holy RTY.
Yeah, that one's creating like. Look at its KRE is very weak today.
Yeah, these banks getting smacked up a little bit.
Banks across the board. That AI stuff.
I think INTC is a continued short.
Yeah, look at XLF almost breaking that. You almost have a maybe hourly bear flag, and it's breaking down that lower trend line. Very close.
KC's over here short in America.
Well, 4-hour trend line just broke.
Yeah, no, it's. Yeah, I see it.
Not for a long time, just down to $45 maybe.
Tesla pretty much hit full target on that last little pump.
All right, I have an idea. Okay, here's our idea. We need to create 2 Wolf ETFs. Okay, the first one is going to be a short ETF called RUGG, RUGG. That's the first one. And then we need a second one for the upside. Come up with some names.
Have any of you looked at Honey, Are You Doing Well chart?
Dude, Honeywell's incredible.
Dude, this thing is insane.
Oh, I was gonna say we could do pumps.
This is the
already
stupid
on.
breakout I
pump,
tried to
yeah,
play
pump.
like 3 different times too, and it finally happened. And Honeywell's splitting off another portion of their business in June, I think. Home Depot looks decent. The Homeless Depot, that actually looks really good.
Yeah, I was talking about that one in Lowe's earlier. Lowe's made new 52-week highs this morning.
Yeah, they
I'm
were
not
talking
sure
about Lowe's in the chat. It was.
Yeah, I'm not
it
sure
was
if it's
doing
still
really well.
going.
No, it is.
but-
It's at the highs.
Nice.
That's a beautiful chart. John Deere just keeps screaming higher because nothing, and I mean nothing, runs like a deer.
Nothing runs like a deer.
Here we
Caterpillar,
go.
new all-time high.
There we go, baby. 300 break.
You gonna buy 251?
Damn.
251.
son.
What is the pivot point?
I'm running out of
248.
trims. Look at RTY. Holy shit.
It just
Full blown crash.
IWM. Holy shit. Evening stars, baby. Learn them.
Fed's Logan making a lot of comments right now in his speech. Lori Logan.
Short-term
It's
politics.
almost
not
60
part of-
points right there on that short.
This is probably where you buy this thing.
Yeah.
You think you would get? I
Just
want to see us
covered.
get to 250.
You-
It's that low of the morning. 251.25.
I think we can get a little bouncy right here on SPY. This is the same low. I longed this one this morning, the 940, 945 candle low. If we're lucky, it bounces here, goes back up. SPY will reject the underside of that trend line and around that previous candle high. I'll short it again. See if we come back down, break these equal lows, sell a little bit lower, but that's in a perfect world. Essentially, the SPX would need to reclaim 60 here, go back to 65, 67, short it back down to 60, and then we could sell down potentially to the 40s, so like 45.
Getting spicier.
Look at these candles on IDOS.
Oh boy, here we go. I definitely took some more puts in the next week. Microsoft giving up some ground now, $10 off the high.
Come on, bounce it here and reshort.
Daly's really looking like a halfback rejection.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, bounce it.
And the 21.
And the trend line. I mean,
yeah, a little bit of everything.
A little bit of everything. Backside
at
of that trend line on Qs.
Look at your
NDX.
daily candle on Bank of America right now. And look at the setup, the daily candlestick setup on
They're all
BAC.
bad.
That's wild.
Look
There's
at
the 9
right
right there though.
100% on BAC. Nice job, Bobby. Let's go.
I mean, we literally tagged the 21 is sitting on the broken trend line on the Qs, right at the highs of what do we hit? 617, and then 21 is 617.25. Back of the trend line there, everything. If you draw a trend line from Friday, November 21st low through Tuesday, January 26th on the daily, it literally tagged the trend line today.
Come on, bounce this thing.
From that, no, the one lower to your lower left of your screen.
Oh, that one.
Dang. There you go. You broke down from there.
Yeah, because this was the one that we were watching, and we said, okay, these two held, and then once it broke through and it opened up and rejected at the high here,
Yep.
right here, and then now you're coming right back to it.
Oh, come
But-
on. That couldn't have been it.
Invalid symbol, of course. Here we go. TradingView's been having some weird issues lately.
I need a real nice flush for the old vest account here. Clear it.
New low of day.
We get down here and like sweep these lows, I'll probably.
Like in the 250s? 251 is what I got on my
I'm
chart.
thinking about just selling put spread or on SPX.
Ooh. 0 days?
Yeah, I would just sell put spreads on a push down.
If you can sell close to 69.20s.
Yeah, I mean, if it flushes
Yeah.
one time hard here, you should get a pop on all those premiums and you can just sell them. Just playing the statistics of it all.
Yeah, now you're starting to break below some key structure here. You lose this
volumes.
56 area. If you lose this, you're going to start to 36 is going to be your next level, and it's probably going to happen relatively quickly.
42 and 34 on SPX. Those are, I think,
But
two big spots downside.
If this thing will just fall apart to 225 on NQ, I'll actually trade it. That's where your orders are sitting right now.
I think this next 30-minute candle on IWM is going to be disgusting.
It's too early to buy it right now.
Yes.
I'm trying to full port M2K shorts.
M2K is getting rugged.
Yeah.
Holy smokes. Yeah, it's not looking
God. Just went back red. Just barely went red on the day. Everything. The whole market's selling. But this is like headline selling. So like it probably, people get their hedges in and then it probably snaps back.
Oh.
But
Oh.
these candles on the daily aren't going to be looking so spicy.
Hughes, love day.
Oh boy.
But it probably puts a doji in.
Yep.
So like it would
And it
have
makes
an upper
sense.
wick
I mean,
and a
this
bottom wick.
even
That's
take
80
the head.
points.
I'm gonna try. Let me see this.
As the cover area right here. Getting closer to the 60s.
Or 69, 65 calls right now.
I might ladder somewhere on this 250 low if we bang into it. 251.25.
69, 65 calls, 3.4 filled.
See if they send it back up now. Come on, give us a good bounce.
It's easier to set my risk on calls on this expansion here.
Yep.
There, I got them at 3.4. You guys can see this, right?
Yeah. Vanquish. I added to some more shorts on Carvana at 416 today. It's 399.
CVNA. Look at Lowe's. Yeah, go.
Lowe's on fire today.
Home Depot is about to set off my alert. Covered these two on Sunday. Target upside, 391.50 on HD. It's at 391.30. I'm taking this alert off the chart. Insane move. Beautiful daily chart. Yeah, if it gets the break and base over that 392 area, the weekly will continue.
Dude, that bounce on Oracle was crazy. Went from, it was 132. It's 160. Rugged. Come on. What do we want? Lower prices. When do we want them?
Now,
In a little bit.
Before market close. Dude, I feel so bad for Bank of America right now. I'm not even.
They might be closing. Holy wow, that thing is getting crushed.
Look at JPM. I was late. I didn't even see.
Check out
saw
Fargo's
down 4.5%. I just saw what happened with Schwab, and I started looking at the banks, and I was like, I can't chase this, but damn, I love trading the banks, and that was a hell of a move.
Yeah, I
think your worst one is BAC, JPM, and then WFC.
Yeah, and look at the regional banks, obviously, which is a big piece of the Russell, down 1.2%.
What's your strongest sector today? Home builders, of course.
Yeah, home builders and real estate and utilities. I posted that chart on Sunday in the Discord. I said, everybody check out this utilities. If we break over the that trend line, it's going to get aggressive to the upside. And we got a nice move in the.
I still have that trend line and everything marked on.
I'm trimming
XLU.
Yep.
And
oh my god!
I is cruising.
I clicked the wrong button. Oh no!
Dude,
what the hell?
Now you're buying them.
I've tried.
Go close. Just do close single order to reverse it.
There we go. Clicking the wrong button and make too much freaking money again.
If you do close a single order, it'll put you on the right position to do it.
There we go. I'm back down to 3.
I meant to cover. I had 10 contracts order earlier on trade. I meant to cover 2, and I actually added more into the trade.
Sometimes that can help you.
I think it did a little bit, because then it went a little bit more in my direction. Then I just sold 4. What in XLU is performing well?
Hopefully my pick of the week, which is NEE, Nextera Energy.
I had that for
upside.
Ooh,
look at that stick candle, up 2.5%.
Oh,
yes,
yeah.
That was one of my stock picks for the week. That and Hoodie Reverse. We have earnings tonight.
NEE was a weekly cup and handle breakout.
I own NEE long term. It's one of my favorite.
Here, Will, let me.
Paper Games actually talked me out of selling. Like it was when it was doing this. No, hold on. When it was doing this back here, he talked me out of selling it back in 2023 when I was first meeting him. I was like, dude, because I did some real estate stuff for this company, like a huge project they did back in my hometown. And I was buying in the 70s and I saw it just like cratering and I was like, this is probably a bad investment.
Yeah, look at that thing on the weekly. That thing looks so good. Big cup and handle break.
You see that chart I just tagged you in the Discord?
Yeah. That looks good. Really good.
Yeah, it's in the target zone now. That one was beautiful. What else is looking good?
You think we sell this 9 back on the 5-minute? I think you do. 318.
I want to see it pop back up higher, and I'm gonna freaking slam it short.
Oh, what? That's not what I want. I said limit order.
I think I probably just need to close the rest of these calls here.
No. Limit.
I got all sideways trying to trim and started adding.
Said SO, Southern Company. Yeah. I was having a good day.
Oh, I'm not risking that much. I'm up $500.
Southern Company.
Little Southern Comfort.
Yeehaw.
There we go.
The other one I had was DUK with NEE. Dipped down to the 21 on the daily, ripping back up. Weekly chart, still trying. So I wasn't taking that high, but
Power went out.
It's all right.
But hey, we got a new monitor. Just set it up.
I saw that on your picture this
hey.
I'm about to get my PC all set up to it.
Scan out to the
I
10
need
to
to-
15. Take a quick look.
Yeah, I see the hammer on the 10.
You're all right.
15, yeah. And the 5 looks okay for now.
We need SPX to get above 960.
Yeah, I took 965, so I just
Yo.
think it's going to get back close to it. It's still kind of early in the day. I kept clicking plus instead of minus down here. You know, it was like all of a sudden I was at 9 of these stupid things instead of 4.
Come on, pop it back up.
Yeah, I want to short the 9.
You should get a pot. You should. I don't even think it's a short, just personally. I think that was just a reaction to the headline on a slow price
Did
action.
they just
day.
buy it back up?
Yeah, I mean, statistically that's what should happen, and then put the context of we were just grindy, kind of monotonous price action. You get a headline, it just starts selling pretty hard, and it works its way right back up. I don't know. I did the calls because like on the futures, it's just not a decent enough risk reward for me to risk that way. So pretty set risk on calls here. A lot of time left today too. Still what I consider the lunch 2 hours.
Ooh, the arm puts off 130.50 today, playing out.
Coal. White House says something with coal is going to happen. What is
A coal
BTU?
event to be held? Yeah.
BTU probably gets a big pop on that, right? Peabody, I think that's the coal stock. Yeah, like as soon as that headline hit. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, IWM's getting smoked. All right, flat and
Yeah.
all, no profit. Break even.
SPX is back tested 69.60 and they slammed it. That was all they wanted to give.
I'm gonna keep this thing loaded here though.
A 15 and 30 minute still says we go lower, but I need it to pop up before I try short again.
You get this like
Yeah, they're just
950 whole number on SPX right here.
It's
killing the
not
small
gonna.
caps. Look
There's
at these.
no.
Look at the
It's,
KRE. They're just
yeah,
crushing the
it's not
regionals.
gonna do it. That 30-minute candle in IWM for downside. I mean, there's 12 minutes left. It's already starting to.
Yeah, banks, financials looking not good
Go.
at all.
About to hammer this again, I think.
And yeah, credit's starting to fade a little bit as well. Junk bonds, HYG got a nice topping tail on the daily for me. But you know, utilities and real estate aren't going to take you, and materials are your leaders. That ain't going to be that ain't going to help the indexes.
Yeah, you're hourly on SPX. It's screaming 40s are coming. And that 4-hour looks disgusting.
Yeah. Well, right into resistance. I hope they just knife this and be perfect.
If they would knife it, it would be great for
yeah.
It'd be great to try to, pick that knife.
Mm-hmm.
The news, so like banks have been killed all day on some other stuff, but you have Levitt speaking right now. Trump told Axios and that channel whatever in Israel that he was going to move another carrier if the talks didn't go well in Iran, and then he'd have to do something
tough.
That he wouldn't like. Yeah, something tough. I guess that was the.
Yeah.
Like if NQ sees anything in the 220s, I'm going to try to play the long, especially if it sees it fast. I don't have faith that we're going to break down here.
Oh, I have 100% faith we see lower new lows before end of day. I think I want to swing arm puts. How are they moving? Not bad. 125s for 220 can be a decent swing. It stays under that 130, 131 area. All right, IWM now testing equal lows.
Some more Schwab puts just came in. Reggie.
Take us to new lows. Oh,
See if you
don't tell
bounce
me
right here.
that puts marking at now $9. Oh.
Either bounce here or you fall hard. I don't know. I'm betting on a bounce.
Hey, Kev. Good. Are you outside?
I muted Frank.
SPY much weaker.
Drill them.
Mm-hmm.
Hit them with the drill bits.
This is the pivot point right here, and it's the whole number on SPX 950.
There goes IWM. Let's see. Previous week low is just underneath of that, 265.7. Underneath that, IWM can just drill down to 264. I mean, it can see another $2 drop if we start to lose this spot. Now, before market close, I don't know, but not sure there's that much time for it to drop another $2, but anything's possible.
All right, I put trims in for $100 a con on those ads. Not looking too frothy. Yeah, NQ might want to break the IV low. You had a double break on ES. You're right at what, London lows, free market lows.
Mm-hmm.
What's drilling? Is it banks that are still drilling?
Banks are getting smashed. Look at KRE down almost 2% now, and then the
banks,
XLF down 1.5%.
Banks just hit your extension. Tech went red.
Yeah, XLK is in the ugly streets.
Whoa! Arm with the knifer. Oh,
I'm gonna try and buy these 220s too.
Yeah.
You don't tell me arms knifing.
Yeah.
Oh, it's still up 2.5%. It did hit the resistance that I wanted, I think.
Fat candle down on arm.
I'm gonna go grab a water and a snack. I'll be back in a bit. I got some.
Sounds good. Well, appreciate you.
220s. Yeah, anytime. Of course.
I have not touched the futures, Grambo. I'm just I bought some calls on SPX. It may have to wick down further, but I'm in these calls on SPX. 2.4 average, 69.65s, just to see if we hold right here. A little bit red, but they should shoot up if we get a pop and a bounce here. There we go. Bounce more than that. get back through the 295, 300 area on NQ. I mean, I can see just from pure price action, I can see where you'd say, okay, reshort it here, but got bigger context that says don't. All right, there we go. Up 40 a con, up 50 a con, up almost 100 a con. My trim should start hitting here any moment. Right there, boom. 3 of them are out for $90 a con. Somebody just bought 300 lots of NQ.
ARM puts, $40 per contract gain on those 125s.
A little bottom Wixky on the 15 here. Double bottom Wixky. Fighting with a 9. And Q actually looks better. Come on, SPX, push up over that.
So ARM daily chart, full gap fill, back test rejection, previous price action at 130. It was an easy short this morning.
Yeah, I picked ARMG from leverage shares from our stock pick competition last night. Hot start. Problem is it's got to hold for the next 4 more days, 5 more days. Tempted to take my profit here, but I think we can get a little bit more pop.
Oh, I hope so. On Qs at least.
There we go. Come on, pop up.
614. Come on.
3-5. I'll get filled in this next working order and take off 3. There it is, right there. Order filled.
613.95.
I have 2 left.
There you go. There's 614. Lining upward 69.60 on SPX. They can break back above this, get back into the mid 60s. That can be a decent short spot up there. I don't want them to slam it again right here, because I want it. It needs to go a little bit higher. Your 30-minute already broke structure. We're underneath of it. SPX has all 3 indicators bearish. So now you just want to see a breakdown, bounce back up, retest, rejection, and then move lower. So it gets up to 65. I'll be interested. 63, 65 area.
I think I'm just going to go ahead and trim out of these. I think if you pop a little bit, that's the 9 right there. Yeah, I'm just going to take another one off. Air flatten all. That's a good trade. $720. Let's go.
Yeah.
I'm getting that. I'm still pissed about what I did with that Vanquish the other day, because I made too much money twice, and I just kept having to make more, and I just got frustrated.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Don't slam it straight back down. That's dumb.
I think it holds, and I think it goes back up, right back into the range.
That was a great day to sell some options.
I know, dude. I just like I had a bunch of stuff going on, and then I was just like I wanted where it was at this morning, and then this like dip right here. I was like busy at the time. I was wanting to probably sell them now. I'm almost glad I didn't. The reason I waited was because I thought we could get something like this, like peeking out to either side, and like I didn't want to be underwater. But let's see. I had a 2.4 average on those SPX calls. I closed them all out to lock in my profit. They're still trading at 3.6 right now. 3.8.
Your 69.70 on SPX is increasing, so that's good.
Yeah, it should. It should. And we should close green. We should close above 65. Like I think you can sell puts right here. That's just statistical probabilities.
SPY's highest gamma right now is 694, which we're a few cents underneath of it. Q's to 614, which is why that was a decent target upside for the bounce. Now it's just, what do we do here?
Curious. Yeah, that's an eval for Vanquish. I was $100 away from passing one, but I made too much money a couple times, so I suddenly figured out the sizing on this 50K account. So like I had like a 3K day and a $2,000 day, and it just like I just kept having to chase more profit. I got frustrated, just like full ported one day. So I'll just get the free reset code from Code Wolf and try again. So I started again. Let's see. Did I take a trade yesterday? Thought I did. Oh, I'm not logged in. No wonder I can't see it. Yeah, yesterday I made yesterday I made $600. Today I'm up what was it? 720. So I'm keeping myself from getting out of that consistency. That's the other reason why I'm closing right now, because if this thing like rockets up, those SPX things are going to expand too quick for me. Nice. Made 100 per con. Let's go. It's just like I aggregate so many data points together for probabilities and statistics. Like, I mean, strong chance of a bouncer. It didn't look like. I mean, if you just look at your candles. Palantir looks bad.
Yeah, 130 puts for February 27, 2026. Urgent repeated put flow coming in.
Palantir loses 136, 138 to 136. I think it's got 125 to 120 written all over it.
3 orders just came in. Someone bought those puts. 4, 5 orders now. 6 just came in at the ask. They bought 200 contracts at the ask, 500, 500, 500, and 300 on those Palantirs. They started buying them at 280, and they bought some more at like 310, 315.
It's weird. Sometimes I forget I used to like day trade options all the time because I've done futures so long now. But what I liked there was I had more confluence on SPX than anything else. And if futures kept going, that could have been a bad drawdown. You know, it could have gone snorkeling, or well, I would have given back some profit that I had. But on the SPX, I can say, okay, well, they go to zero, right? But I have like a defined risk since I think it's going to bounce back. Like, because like on futures, I think it could go all the way down to even like 220s and then come right back up here.
God, they rejected it again. I could have freaking short scalped it.
Makes more sense that we hold in right here, though.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to, but that's what makes more sense to me.
Ooh, Pfizer did make a new high today. Yay for my calls. Jesus, Palantir, back to the gulag.
Chucky Taylor got some spy calls there. I had those SPX calls. I went ahead and got out of them. I'm not gonna say I love it, but I don't hate it to still hold in right here. I mean, obviously you can see buyers are present on these 15-minute wicks, but it was a little overextended, so this could just be a, shorts covering, taking some profit.
Your daily 9 on Palantir back test and huge rejection. Around 145 this morning. Stock's now going for 138.
We got Trump trying to take half of a bridge from Canada. U.S.-Canada bridge. Trump believes the U.S. should have authority and own at least 50%. All the bookmap orders liquidity are building above us on NQ. There's not really much below us at this point. They pulled the orders lower and they've got them higher now.
Volume's at 3,600 now on those Palantirs. New lows. Two more orders just came in. 3 more orders on bull flow now. Now it's up to 850,000 at the ask on those puts. Sheesh.
So I should have watched the Olympics instead of this. What have you been watching, McGuire? What's the what events have been going on? Did you guys see Lindsey Vonn shatter her leg the other day and get airlifted out, like air vac'd? That was insane. Sweden won the final against USA in curling. Well, dude, your whole country's ice. You better beat us at something.
One of my favorite Olympic sports to watch.
I love watching curling.
Curling, dude? I love it.
Dude, it's so much fun. I don't know why. It's just, to me, I guess it's so foreign to me, of where I grew up. And I remember when I was in high school, we have some family in upstate New York, and they live right outside of Lake Placid, where the 1980, I guess, Winter Games were, the Miracle on Ice and all that. And so we went to those places to see them, and they were doing curling practice in that arena, and they're just running with their little spikes and just sweeping and all that stuff.
Yeah.
This is awesome.
Curling. I think the reason why I like curling is just I love playing, and it's not really like it, but it's the closest thing I think of. I love playing shuffleboard, and curling is just, people I think look at it and they're like, oh, that looks stupid. But if you think about it, the people to be good at curling, it's just muscle memory, but also you have to be just very strategic and very accurate with a lot of small moving parts, in which both people on both sides are doing for curling and then sweeping. I don't know. I find it very interesting. I love watching it.
It's like ice pool, and we know Casey loves ice. Oh, we're not going to touch that one, but that's funny. That's comment of the day so far.
I've never had the pleasure.
You live in upstate New York, Woodrunner? Yeah, my dad has some. I guess it's his cousin in their family. They live 2 minutes from Whiteface Mountain. You just see it out there front. They have one of those little A-frame houses because all the snow. Whiteface is just right in front of them, and then it's a 10-minute drive, I think, over to Lake Placid. I'm trying to remember what it was called, Wilmington, or I can't remember what it was called, but it was pretty cool. Wasn't well, much different than Colorado. Like snowboarding out there was so different compared to like Colorado, but it was cool. I liked it. The food sucks though. Upstate New York might have the worst food in the whole country. Every restaurant I went to, there was no flavor, nothing. They ask you hot or cold when you order tea instead of sweet or unsweet. Like, what are we doing? I finally went to McDonald's.
Yeah.
It's not good when McDonald's is your best meal when you go visit somewhere. But everything else was great. We stayed at this hotel and like it was like a mom and pop hotel, and these like owners like they lived there at the hotel and they just hung out with us. We were watching like football like bowl games at night and stuff. It's pretty cool.
Man, 138 break. Palantir, you're coming to an area of a little bit of support right down here. There's like 137, 75 area, but it was a beautiful rejection this morning near 145.
Saranac Lake, that sounds familiar too. I remember there was a lake right in downtown that was like iced over, and they had this like big toboggan ride where you could like go down this big slide and then you'd slide across the like lake.
Speaking of McDonald's, trying to
I heard
make another new
Vermont's
all-time
nice.
high. MongoDB is up another 6% today.
Guys, are we gonna hold right here?
What's Tesla doing?
This is SPX should close up here.
Still waiting for this thing to rip up higher. Volume is non-existent right here. Let's go check out your net premiums. Puts are still like freaking way above calls.
Is this? How do you make this arrow bigger? This is the smallest arrow I've ever seen in my life. I'll just do this one.
McNuggets and caviar Valentine's dinner with profits. I saw that. McDonald's has caviar now. Isn't that crazy?
What?
Yeah,
McDonald's has caviar?
Yeah. You can go to McDonald's and get caviar now.
Not where I live, sir.
Your
You can
put
get,
premiums are increasing right now on SPY.
You can get Chipotle though.
Yeah, I have to leave early today. I gotta leave here in an hour. I'm taking the girls out. We're having a early daddy-daughter Valentine's Day date.
Oh shoot. Good reminder for everyone that has a significant other. Valentine's is Saturday. Get your shit together. Don't be a lame.
Get your shit together.
I've got to make a reservation.
I think we made ours like probably 2 or 3 weeks ago, just because we knew this place was going to be freaking packed. And
Well, I just need a. I don't need dinner. I need a hotel. We already have. We have all the plans in place. I just haven't got a hotel room.
Here's a nice red candle on SPY after those puts. Big spike in those puts.
Is there not a target on here somewhere? Oh, looks different.
I think if you swing anything overnight on SPY and QQQ, you're kind of
Psycho.
not psycho, but a little bit more gambling, I guess.
NFP in the morning.
Yeah, and then we have Thursday. We have is it jobless claims on Thursday?
Yeah, it's CPI on Fridays is really the
and then
biggest.
CPI Friday. So we have. I'm pretty sure it's jobless claims on Thursday and then CPI on Friday. I could be wrong. Let me go check my announcement. I can't remember. Yeah. Yep. So NFP tomorrow, initial jobless claims at 8:30 a.m. Eastern.
Did Rivian do
Thursday.
something today?
And CPA. Yeah, they had a bunch of announcements coming out about like their.
I heard like some news and stuff this morning. They got back over that 200 day.
Look at this candle. I should have freaking slammed it. Dude, that was 8.9 million worth of put premiums that had came in right before that candle started. I watched it pour in.
Oh, there's a headline coming out.
What? Better not be no more war news.
Come on, spit it out. I don't partake in made-up holidays.
What?
Let me guess. You're single. Look, I think Valentine's Day is stupid, but females don't. Oh, well, you have a pregnant wife, then you're good. Your wife hates Valentine's? I had a friend that, for whatever reason, she hated Valentine's, and her husband, they celebrated the day after. It was kind of like a middle finger to Valentine's Day, but really, I talked to him one time, and he was like, actually, just everything goes on sale the next day. So he like trumped up this whole thing of like, Valentine's Day is dumb, like we should love each other all the time, and let's celebrate on the 15th instead. And it really turns out he was just being economic. he was just catching all the stuff on, like the chocolate and the flowers and everything on sale. Yeah, for real. You go to Walgreens and just load up, everything's 50% off out in the big Bens in the middle.
I just got an alert on ARM.
I don't know if this is gonna hold, boys.
Downside candle ARM for the puts. About
I'm just
350
lucky
here
one
on
of
the
my
contracts. You can take a trim, move stop to entry, secure green trade.
I'm just lucky one of my wife's best friend's birthday is on Valentine's Day. And he throws this like massive party every year on Valentine's, so it's just like free plans or whatever you want to call it. QVC, possible bankruptcy.
Which one?
Hold on.
I see a QVC.
QVCGA.
Okay, I see that. NASDAQ. Stock just knifed 10%.
I don't know anything about this stock because it's got like different
They got options.
classes. No, I wouldn't touch options on it because there's like different classes of whatever this QVC group is. But apparently there's bankruptcy filings on it. Apparently we are going to hold.
They halted it downside.
Yeah. Casey, I think you're using bull flow when you call out the options flow.
Yep, that's the only one that I use.
We may have to work out something with them. We'll see. Keep you guys posted on that. We'll see. I just said there's so many people using it. I kind of want to check it out myself.
It's
There's a lot of flow services out there, but we'll check it out. Stay tuned on that. JB Hunt's pack. JB Hunt it's an Arkansas company. What do you expect? Do y'all trust Cheddar Flow? They're like, are you talking about their posts on X?
Yeah.
I think there are 80% or more of people that post flow on X, no matter where it's coming from. It's not a problem of what they're posting. It's like they have no clue what they're talking about. They don't understand bought, sold. They don't understand hedges and multi-legs and all that.
That's the only thing, and that's the first thing that I do when I get these alerts from Bullflow or I see a specific flow that I like. If I see it and it seems important, the first thing I look at is you can click on if the platform itself offers it, which most of them should. You can click on that contract for that flow that's coming in, and it'll pull up all of the flow on that specific contract. So you may see $2 million worth of these calls being bought right now in this stock. But if you didn't see alerts earlier where there was multiple orders of those same calls being sold prior in smaller orders, but the premiums are adding up maybe the same, you can find out that, yeah, these $2 million of calls that someone just bought seems bullish. But on the opposite side of it, the same people who are probably buying that for $2 million, looking at the flow a few hours ago, they were selling them, and now they're in some kind of spread or multi-leg position. So then the only thing you'll see, though, is people posting the large sweep or that one order that shows that $1 or $2 million. They'll post that on there. They're not going to show you all of the full options contract flow for that one. That's the only issue that I have with a lot of people that post flow on there. They're just like, $2 million worth of these QQQ calls coming in right now. I'm like, okay, like is there more?
Yeah.
You gotta dig more into this. Just because $2 million of these puts are coming on QQQ right now, there's a lot of other factors along with options. Premiums.
I could have a net position of 100 million in calls on QQQ, and I need to hedge it, and I put a 2% position on again as a hedge, to the downside, and put 2 million on puts, and people will say at 2 million on put. Oh, somebody's slamming puts right here.
Yep.
No, somebody's hedging a large position long that they have.
Yeah.
If you don't have that context, you have no idea.
If EMP was adding into a position 50,000, 50,000, 50,000, 50,000, 50,000, building it up, right? Building the position. That's what they do. They don't usually slam just one single order. They're usually buying multiple ones at a time. And then when they want to be hedged, now a day goes by, price action's where it's at, then they hedge that position. They send the larger single orders right there. Now they have their hedge position, their spread, whatever it is. But that one could be a sweep of $1 or $2 million, which adds up to all the premiums that Hemp has on the opposite side for all those other single orders that he was accumulating over time. You didn't see any of those. You only see this one. So you think it's important, but if you dig through the flow on it, you'll be able to find out like a few of other things. That's the only, because I've just seen people post flow, and they don't show like flow 2 hours prior, where those same calls that they're buying now, they sold them earlier. And if you look at the net premiums on it, you can kind of figure out that it's just a hedge. So either they're not knowledgeable on it, or they're just not sharing all of the information for whatever reason. Another big spike in put premiums. Oh, sorry. Wrong chart. JK.
Boy, I don't like PayPal anywhere.
Ooh,
I mean,
QVCGA unhalted. Down another 15%.
Jordy finally moved. Locked in, baby. Been locked in.
damn.
Baby.
I went from down 20 to down 30. Holy. PayPal, I don't like it. I mean, from a technical structure, the IPO price right here from 2015, maybe. This doesn't look like a chart that I want to bottom fish on in a bull market, just personally. I mean, for a trade like off of 38 just to get back like maybe to this gap to the 9. I don't know. PayPal, I think, gets bought out at some point.
I think so too. And I hope it's Elon Musk.
That would be funny, right?
I just bought PayPal recently. My cost basis on it is like $44. So I'm down a little bit, but I'm also selling options on it. And I have to open up another position here soon to sell some more options on it.
Yeah, maybe that would be a move. Buy 100 shares of it and sell upside calls.
Yep. If it bases and does nothing down here, then I'll just keep selling options, trying to make money. And then if it starts to recover at any point in time, gets back up into the 50s.
Boy, I know somebody was buying puts right here at this low, looking for that to break lower. And just getting burned to death right now. Just burned. At least if you like did futures on the short side, like you're just sitting here a couple points underwater probably. Like if you shorted, I mean, if you shorted anywhere in here, you're just 4 or 5 points underwater on ES. But it would just be very, very rare, like outside of the norm, for us to go, lower and not come back and close up here in the middle.
Just sold some PayPal $45 calls for next Friday.
All right, Brinky's back.
I'm back. Yeah, I am long 75 and 80 SPX calls. A lot. A lot. I do see 10 points here. Need to go back to 660.
Hit 65 and you trim a lot of that. But you should get back to like 75, I think.
My price is so much on the 80s, it's 38. I'm long 50. And on the 75s, my price is 75. I'm long 40. I'm long a lot. If this market were to turn around here, I'd have a big day. I'm playing with profits though today. All right, there we are. 60. Come on. 50.
If anybody held those 65s that I had, they're back up $100 a con. I don't know if they ever even came back to entry. Boy.
Come on.
I just pulled out the "You shall not pass" card on this market.
You shall not pass.
Where's my staff? I need my. You shall not pass. You could put.
Come on.
You get over 60. You get over the 63, 60. Yeah, 63-ish, Frank. You should get a pop in the premiums. Should be a good trim spot.
Here you go, SPX. Come on. Get over top of the level. 69, 65.
Tesla's crawling towards high day, by the way.
Come on.
The chances ARM sees 125 before market close. That would be fun.
They're burning.
Intraday. Apple looks disgusting. And Google looks disgusting. ARM breaks 126.40. My stop goes to entry to secure a green trade, no matter what.
The video's starting to look rough now. Ulta on the 15-minute. I don't see anything right here to do. Yeah, I don't know what you do with Ulta right here. I went up a bunch of days in a row, just getting a normal pullback to a volume shelf right here. Still extended from the daily EMAs. I would say nothing. Have you guys ever played World of Warcraft? No, but that's one of my was that the video with the Leroy Jenkins. That's like my favorite video of all time. Was that World of Warcraft? I don't know anything about World of Warcraft, but I do know Leroy Jenkins. That guy's my hero. This is probably one of my favorite videos of all time. They literally spend 20 minutes like putting together like the strategy, all this stuff. Dude's like, all right, I'm back, locked in, ready to go. Leroy Jenkins. And then everyone just runs in and gets slaughtered. Oh, what a classic video.
Leroy Jenkins.
It's one of the best videos I've ever seen in my life.
And then they get in there and start getting murked. They're like, damn it, Leroy. You always do this.
So they were like literally like counting supplies. Like I've got 12, I don't know. I've got 12 potions and all this stuff. And all right, well, I've got 15 of this and all that. And then all of a sudden the dude just comes back from AFK and he's like,
all right, guys, let's do this.
Leroy Jenkins.
IWM looking good. It's about to. Oh, no, it is at the 5:21.
Oh, dude, that one kid, that just rages over the video games all the time. The best one is like his brother joins the game as like on his team, and he's like, "Stop betraying me! I'm on your team." It's his brother just killing him over and over. I mean, I think some of it was like fake, like after a certain point, because like the dad took like the lawnmower, like the Dixie chopper lawnmower, and like ran over all of his video games.
Oh god, CVNA is a fat short right now. I still have it drawn on the chart. Back down to 360, 350.
It's a pretty gross rejection. KT, you say this, but this is the game that United will lose. They'll win the hard games and then they'll slip up and tie or whatever. The kid's hair is wild though. Casey, have you seen that? This kid, he said he's not cutting his hair until United win 5 games in a row. He's on like day 490.
What?
Chris thinks there's a flush incoming. Think so? This looks bear flaggy-ish. This, I don't know.
Still have your ceiling on Q's at 614. Q's is lagging. Q's SPY and IWM look so much better. Q's looks disgusting.
Microsoft. It's like your tech names are starting to roll around. Microsoft's starting to get weak here. Google's strong though. Broadcom's weak. Amazon's weak.
I am leaning neutral to bearish going into the close. I don't think we pump. I don't think we rip. I think we diddle back and forth, or we see another new low on SPX and come down to the. I mean, I want to see 45 to 42, but
I think we close 50 points higher, at least on NQ. That's my bet. And at least 5 to 10 points higher on SPX.
I mean,
At least.
I think if we push up higher and they reject it, but it's not a harsh rejection, it just stops it there, pulls back a little bit, goes flat. It's around that 69, 65, I think. It can just do nothing.
Hims is a 0. Hims lost more than half of their growth with this weight loss thing. It's like what they're actually growing. I can't remember how much of the revenue it is, but I know like the amount of growth they had last quarter, like 60% of it was from the weight loss pill, and they lost all of that. Poor Hims. What a fall from grace. Do you remember this Oscar Health one people were talking about there for a long time? I got a big pop today, but it's because they got like a credit line or something.
Not swung calls overnight. I think they were like
the
100%.
rejection spot again.
But
yeah,
the
they got some type of bell out.
Perfect. Hit the 21 and died.
This Zeta stock everybody was talking about back in July, it's right back at the same prices.
I just bailed. I'm done on this trade. I took a few $100 loss. 500 actually. It's all right.
MRVL. MRVL can be it can be a fat swing short where it just rejected that on the daily. Just had a nice move to the upside. I think you can get a little slappy here. Your weekly 9 and 21 are about to cross over. They haven't. They're sitting on top of each other at 82.4. You have a volume shelf around 83.50.
I think MU is a swing short.
I've been waiting and I haven't done it yet because I'm scared.
SanDisk, Robinhood. I mean, you gotta see what their earnings do today, but there's 2 bad upper wicks in the 9 EMA. Well, we're back at the lows on NQ.
Gosh dang, they freaking slapped it again at 69.60. Maybe that's, I mean, what did it go up to? 62. No, it needed to go at least to 65 for me to try another short. Thing's a freaking wall right now. XLU is still cruising higher. Your utilities are running. They just keep running. NEE just made another little flag and broke out new high of day going for 92.
What is the corn doing today? I haven't really watched it much.
Dying.
Nothing. Not a thing.
NVIDIA might make a new low. Someone left the fridge open. I hear it dinging. Dude, Hims is probably going to like, I don't know, 14, 12 bucks.
This music is bumping though.
Does that say AES?
Who else do we have this afternoon? Net A Lab. That's the other one. Net is, I mean, it's ahead of earnings, but it's kind of a nice little bounce ski here the last couple of days. Strong candle today. Astera Labs.
The monthly hit your 21 perfectly down there at 160.
Astera Labs chart looks good.
All right, ARM, 20-cent drop. Right here, right now. Fat red candle. Let's do it. That way I hear the alert go on. Oh, okay. See, look, sometimes you just gotta speak it into existence. There you go, ARM.
Wow, why did I get $94.15 of Apple Cash?
Hell yeah.
Daily
All right, contracts
cash.
are at 365. That's kind of what I was looking for. It was around 365, 375 on these from 294 entry.
IWM is actually looking decent. Tech does not look good. Casey, does this look like it's a short?
Oh, hold up. Hey. All right, 370 here, ARM. Stop at entry.
It's a great point from Jarrett. Vol D just made a new high of day.
Oh, is that Valdi on your chart?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, look at Valdi. And if you notice, like I just said, SPY looked a lot better than QQQ, and Q's looks ugly. Go look at Valdi Q. It's not anywhere near the same. So I can go ahead and kind of give you a little extra confluence and show you that your NASDAQ should be significantly weaker.
Yeah, if you're short anything, you're short Qs here, or IWM has a more powerful looking bear flag.
Jingle bombs, jingle bombs.
It's crazy how long he's just hanging here, though. Just refusing to go down. On TradingView, it's VOLD or VOLDQ. The Q is for NASDAQ. CrowdStrike basically back to target today. My two, I was looking at CrowdStrike long and ARM long coming into today. Hopefully it gets a continued move, but you need the market to do that. Market not doing really anything today was what made the most sense to me. Maybe I should have sold those puts. Dang.
Yeah, today was. I wish I would have done Condor.
That's what, yeah. Well, you know, it's funny. That was my base case going into today, and I thought about it this morning, and I like spooked myself out of it. And then Will came on here, and that was kind of like one of the first things he mentioned too. I was like, "Dadgummit, we should just pulled the trigger and done it." What does the D stand for in Vol D?
These nuts.
Got him.
Got him.
Oh, it's I think it's differential, maybe. Differential, because it's like you're subtracting up volume versus down volume. U-vol minus D-vol. I think the term is differential. I would have to verify that though.
It's either difference or declining.
Or divergence, maybe. I think it's difference or
I
differential.
think it's different. It should be the difference because it's
a subtraction, the difference between
yeah,
up volume minus down volume.
yeah. So it's U-vol and D-vol. It's the overall difference. It's the net volume. It's the difference between those two things. That's what makes Vol D for the New York Stock Exchange, and then Vol D, same thing. And then Vol DQ will be for your Nasdaq.
I know it's up volume versus down volume. I think the D stands for like differential. I don't know. I've never really thought about it. Well, 5 minutes till choppy hour.
Power hour. I don't think it's going to be a power hour. I don't know. I think I'm done.
Doesn't look like it wants to do anything.
Exactly. Just sitting here.
It is stands for difference.
Okay.
You Google it, you don't really get an exact answer, but I'm on TradingView, looking at an indicator that use it, and it says NYSE volume difference, VOLD volume difference for the U-vol and D-vol. So I'm pretty sure that is exactly what it is. I just made a post on X. You will see the chart of ARM there. You'll see the 130.5 rejection earlier. I was late to the party for that one. I was busy trading SPY and futures during that time. I didn't see it till I came back from lunch, but I gave myself room to add into this, and then obviously getting a nice move here downside. But those puts, those 125s for February, As long as they continue to hold green, I have that stop and entry now, but just trimmed out 26% on those from 294 to 370. So as long as they continue to hold green into the close, I will be swinging the rest of those contracts.
They really want me to long this thing on futures. I mean, I've had too good of a day to like overall that I want to. Nate, I will say this: like there are like if you ever watch like Bookmap or cumulative delta, or there's like some other calculations that like especially on futures, they call it like the delta. So like the how much up versus down, or buying versus selling. Delta kind of makes sense too. I don't know if I trust Google. You never said. Bing, who's Jared? You're on. Who's on Bing? Is this still? That's still Bing still works. I think my dad uses Bing. Actually, he used what's the dog one? Like Fetch or something.
Y'all don't use Firefox?
Dude, back in the day, we had Netscape. They had Firefox. Frankie will remember those. I remember having Netscape at our office when I was a kid, going up there.
I lived on 2 websites as a kid: LimeWire and RuneScape. That was my life as a kid: LimeWire and RuneScape. Believe it or not, I still have an email that I used when I had to make a account for RuneScape. Actually, I mean, kind of had my parents do it because I was like, I don't know, 10 at the time. And I still use that email to this day. And I'm not going to say what the email is, but it's based off of a suit of armor within RuneScape and the level at which you acquire it, which is a very probably the coolest suit of armor you can get in there.
I remember having like an encyclopedia on CD-ROM that had like 12 discs. Like each there'd like a few letters were on one disc and then a few more on the next one. I think it was called like Encarta or something like that.
Arm, ding ding ding, alert went off. Under here, 125. Already trimmed at 370, and obviously I just sent that post out. Contracts are still sitting at 25.85% at 370 on the contracts. So beautiful. You have an AOL account? Nice.
Netscape still has a website. Firefox is the only thing that works with my Raspberry Pi. Profast still uses Firefox. I actually trust Profast's calls on stuff. He's pretty in touch with the old tech world. Shrink wrapped software on the floppy disk. Kevin remembers. Dude, I had Oregon Trail on a floppy disk. I had a pinball. I can't remember what the pinball game was, but I had a pinball game. It was on a floppy disk, and you stuck it in there.
One?
Yeah, no, before that. It was like the version before that. So like that one was on like, I think most people had that on their computers like back in the early Windows days, but like back when it was Microsoft DOS, the black screen, as we called it, you put in a floppy disk and you had to type in run. Like you had to give it a command, like the command screen came up and you had to like actually put run and stuff to get the programs to start. I had a pinball game on that like way back in the day. It's like, I think like my dad upgraded his computer at the office and he brought home his old one. It was Microsoft DOS. I was like 9. I could play pinball on it. And then I remember I had Oregon Trail.
I was playing. I can't remember the website. Oh man, it was a website. I always played in computer class as a kid. It was just a bunch of small games that were on there. But Dune Buggy was on there.
Dune Buggy? That
Yeah,
one sounds familiar.
mini clip. Oh, how did you know that? How did you know that so quick? I'm pretty sure it was mini clip. He said, "Cause I'm you."
Mini clip
Did I-
was goated. I remember that.
Is
Did I
that
love-
what it was called? It sounds familiar. Mini
Yeah, that's
clip.
what it
Yeah.
was.
Did y'all ever play Oregon Trail?
Nah.
I had it on my first ever
I
flip
think I did
phone.
maybe once in school.
When I had a flip phone,
Yeah.
yeah.
I used to always, I would always try to ford the river every time, and I would just go shoot buffalo. That's why I would just always go shoot buffalo, like way too many buffalo. And then
Does mini
somebody would
clips
always
still
die from
exist?
dysentery.
Oh,
Or yellow
dude,
fever.
mini clip still does exist. Yeah, they had pool, and then the game where you're the different little color bubble, and then like you had to like grow. Dude,
We have a new candidate for comment of the day, and it's this one right here on the screen. This is comment of the day right here.
program run squeeze. I know Emp had to have played this game, and if he has never played this game, I'm gonna be very upset with him. But it's called Headball or Headball 2.
Headball, yes, dude. Headball was like,
Dude,
it was
Headball
like that
was
weird
so-
soccer game, right?
Yeah,
With like the,
where they
like the little, the big feet
very
and like
small
big heads.
people with giant heads, and yeah,
Yeah,
Headball was so much fun.
I think I had that on one of my phones at one point.
I did, yeah.
It was like 1-on-1 or something, if I remember right. That was way back
Yep.
there. I didn't play it for like a ton of it. I think I played it because it was soccer for a little bit, and then I was like, okay, whatever.
Yeah, that was just an old game.
Brick Breaker was the best like cell phone game ever, though, on the BlackBerry
Break-
with the little rolling ball.
Yeah.
What's up, Smooth? We're just avoiding trading the chat.
Hey, how you doing today?
Good. We're talking about stuff that you might remember.
What's that?
Well, first we talked about Netscape back in the day,
RuneScape.
and then we talked about or Microsoft DOS, floppy disks, Oregon Trail.
Those are the days.
Are they really gonna rug this thing now? That's really all they were gonna give us.
Nvidia's coming down.
At 6960 wall on SPX. I want to take one more trade.
Like if I would have tried any trades here, I would have got chopped up so many times.
I mean, for Qs, you can get scalped this thing for like 20, 30 points just back and forth.
Oh, J Money in here. What's up, J Money?
Yo, what's up?
Finally get rid of that cold weather.
Yeah, we had one of those classic fake out days yesterday. It was 70 degrees and sunny.
What is it? Is it still that way today, or did it drop?
It's okay. I mean, it'll be back to 30 tomorrow. So
There you go. Perfect. Next Monday. I'm flying out there, and I'm like, oh, I'm just sure it'll be like you'll get warm for the week that I'm not there, and then it'll be freezing cold when I get there.
yeah, fake spring #1. You know how it goes.
Oh yeah, you got 5 more of those. I like this, Travis. Feels good to be green and sit out. That's what I'm doing.
I know. I'm up like $1,400 right now on the futures account, and it's itching me to take another trade, but
I know I'm up fine on all my accounts, and they just want me to give something back. Not today,
I know.
Satan.
I know that's how I'm feeling. But at the same time, it's 3:00. I don't know. Your put premiums are still increasing. It is probably going to be slow and scalpy until MLC, though.
Smooth, have you taken any trades today? Done much today?
Yeah, I worked way too hard this afternoon. I didn't trade this morning. I had some other stuff to do, but I worked way too hard to make a little money. I traded from this ES 74 and traded in that a couple times. My last entry was around 71. I got some out at 80, and I got a couple left long, but almost looks like a little bear flag now.
It kind of does. Tech's trying to lead the way down. NVIDIA and Microsoft both trying to make new lows of the day.
But I was trading off. You see that little intraday, or it started pre-market, the M, which is typically bullish. So that's why I was trying to capture that move back up.
That?
No, the next one. Yeah.
Oh, this one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
statistically, we should close up here, but price action is not going that direction right now. Just made a slightly lower low for the consolidation here, but
yesterday
we haven't even
had a great day, but today, yeah, could have stayed in bed.
Yeah, yesterday was great. I paper handed yesterday, and it was still a great day. I can't imagine anybody that got in and held.
My last out yesterday on the ES was for 50 points.
I was long in Q 977 average yesterday morning, and I closed it all for like 160 points.
Nice.
And it went. Let's just take a look. I long like the opening wick, so I was long right here, and I closed right here, and it went 450 points for my entry total.
Nice.
And I caught 160 of it. So a little paper hands action, but
win is a win.
Hey, a green is green. And it was a good win too. Like, I was happy with it. That's why I was like just taking full profit. Like, I'm out.
Heck yeah.
And then sure enough.
That was like me on Thursday, Friday last week. 120 points on ES, and I was like, yeah, that's good. Win another 70 after I closed.
I longed that Thursday night. Like,
yeah.
I can't remember how many points total I ended up getting. Like 700 something on NQ.
Yeah, you think you'd be within like 10 or 20 of the high. Nope.
No. Especially on ES, you're like, pretty usually the ranges are a little bit more defined than NQ. Or at least like the levels, it gets through one level, you go to the next. Boy, and then it just kept going. That was what was crazy. It went way further than I thought it would on Friday.
Yeah.
Oh, trading's been really nice the last, at least for me. I mean, I guess I'll credit part of it to not just making all-time highs over and over. That usually does bode well for my trading, but the last few weeks have just been like VIX has been just in the right spot, and it's been like orderly trading, I guess, from level to level. Like there haven't, I don't know, just sometimes you just get in sync with the market, I guess. I don't know if you guys feel that, but like sometimes I guess you feel like you're in sync with the market, and sometimes like just like you feel like you're on the wrong side fighting back all the time. But like for whatever reason, it just everything read pretty easily to me the last few weeks. December wasn't like that. December was different. Like start of December was good, but like that late December, like early January, it was just like anemic.
Yep.
Tradify just put some shots fired at a top step.
Microsoft just shout out Code Wolf at Tradify. We'll say that. Microsoft just made a new low.
I know Q's is testing low of day right here. I think we're gonna see new lows.
Is this IB finally gonna break to the downside?
Oh, I just got a trim on ARM for $100 per contract gain. Whoa. Oh,
There's
yes,
a new
sir.
Low. So IB low broke today. They really want me to long lower. They're sucking me in. You wonder though if there's like hedging and de-risking ahead of the jobs report tomorrow that everyone thinks is going to be really bad.
Yeah, we really need some volatility from that tomorrow. If we get back to all-time highs this week, I'm going to be very annoyed.
Little day. There we go.
Hey Ryan, I got Peacock up on one of my screens with the game.
Dude, I'm so sick of Peacock. I hate it.
The commentary is not great, but
it's just like I have to get Paramount for UFC now or whatever. You have to get Peacock for Premier League. You got to get just like everything. Just charge me $140 and give it all to me on YouTube TV.
Yeah.
Right.
Like
PFE
just
new
take
high
it back.
day. Rug City, baby.
There's the pivot point.
We'll see if this kid can get a haircut today.
We were talking about that earlier, actually. 490 something days, I think, is what it's up to.
I actually think the kid doesn't want us to win today because he's getting like 20 million views every time he posts. And once he gets a haircut, his rise to fame is over.
Who else? Who's playing the early slot today? I think I saw was it, like Chelsea was playing somebody. I know Everton and Bournemouth were playing.
Let's see.
Which one are you watching?
United.
Or are you just waiting on this United kickoff?
Yeah. Yeah, Everton are beating Bournemouth, Chelsea beating Leeds, and Tottenham and Newcastle are 0-0. Everton are on a nice run of form.
Oh, Arm, I have to leave in like 15 minutes. Can you go in the money first?
You know what they say about Everton? Enemy of an enemy is a friend.
Exactly.
Day Trader 420 in here trying to get us on the old bootleg stream. Look, I can go down the street and buy the black box if I need it, but I don't have to see it that bad. I actually miss DirecTV. I used to have DirecTV, and I had like the Spanish package too, so I got like all these extra soccer games on it. I remember like when they installed it, they were like, I think they have you signed up for the wrong package, sir. I was like, no, give me the Spanish package too.
Yeah. That's way more fun watching the games in Spanish.
Oh yeah. The only ones that like the Premier League, I'll usually go with the normal. The ones that Telemundo or whoever use for those games are that guy is not my favorite, but the everything else is better. Every other commentary is better. To the low key, the Arabic commentary is great too. And that's what I always see that on like on X, and you like go look up like the goals or the highlight videos or whatever. Like it's always the Arabic channels because they don't do copyright for whatever reason.
Yeah, I saw somebody made like a little mix out of that Arabic commentary a few weeks ago. The guy was going Kunyam Bueno, Kunyam Bueno.
I don't know, honestly, the Winter Olympics have been more entertaining than this market.
I mean, we should win this game, but West Ham have historically been a little bit of a bogey team for us, so you never know. I'll mute myself if we score.
Please don't. What did I click on?
All right. Let me send this out. Started the day with a banger. We're going to end the day with a banger. There we go.
Oh,
All right.
is anything? I just start going through and looking for. The Dow bounced off of that gap fill pretty hard.
All right, just sent the updated for ARM, not the chart, but just being transparent with the trades. Again, those 125s for 220. You will see the timestamp there on where I took and alerted those trades, those exact same prices, and then you will see screenshots from my broker on both the buy and the sell at those same exact prices there. Nice move into the close on ARM. Again, just got the trim off for $100 per contract gain. Going to swing the rest as long as they stay green, but I have sold 3/4 of that position. I do have to bounce. I got to go get ready for the Valentine's Daddy-Daughter Day with the girls. So love and appreciate you all. Have a great rest of your trading day, and I'll catch you tomorrow.
All right, Casey. Appreciate you.
Later.
See you tomorrow.
Later, guys.
Microsoft just filled the gap. What's up, Gov?
Bored out of my mind.
You should be watching the soccer then.
What?
You should be watching the soccer like I am.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we had one really nice trade this morning. We had a really sweet trade early yesterday, right out of the gate, and one today. And then just got a little tricky on the NQ. Better read on the ES. So I ended up getting stopped out and jumped back in like 30 points higher, still to kind of take. I don't know, what did I have no idea what I'm forgetting what I even did. I don't know. I took like 70 or 90 points out of it, so it still worked. Other than that, you know what? I don't know. What about you guys? Any activity? A kind of tough consolidation day. Low expectation the day before NFP. That's about it.
Yeah, right? We talked about it yesterday going into this, and just saying, oh, 3 big sell days to the downside, and then 2 big bounce days back. Like a sideways day made the most sense.
Yep. Overall
today, anyway. NFP tomorrow. To couple that factor in. My daughter was running a fever this morning. My 5-month, whatever, almost 6 months old. So I was like kind of in and out. I took one trade long that worked out. And then I was going to play the long again. And I don't know. I had too much going on outside my door. And I was running in and out. So I just said, I don't need the, and then I said, like, I'm probably not going to trade much the rest of the day because, one, I knew that the price action probably wasn't going to be great. Mm-hmm. But 2, like, because I was in that kind of like emotional state this morning, like just like anxious, I was like, I'm going to make a poor decision trading. So kind of just sat here. I did take a little SPX scalp while ago when we got down here to like the 950. We were like 952, 950, that area. I took some calls, made some money on that and shut it down.
Yeah, I took the NQ. I took the 280 longs, scaled 300 and 320, and I got back in at 280. Took another scale. So I think my basis is underneath the low here, probably 240, 45.50 or something. But I'm not doing anything. So we had the exact same calls. So relative to yesterday, so we had that. We talked about our. First of all, really going back to Friday, what happened Friday, right? Basically, it's set up for reversal. It got above key levels, and it really was an incredible opportunity to get longs early in the morning and ride them. certainly didn't have enough bullets to ride it that long. Smooth actually ran, I think, ES for 50, 60 points, so it was awesome. But I had decent size on, so I was content with the points I gained. And then rolling into yesterday, Ryan, our conversation was much the same as what you described. It's just like we just had big moves. We had a nice little retracement. This is set up for a little consolidation day, and that's exactly what we're seeing. And it's like on top of it, you had and then there was really no data. Some data was being rescheduled outside of the 7:30 Central number, and now you've got unemployment. I said, markets just probably just got to act for these big moves. Markets probably got to act like it's a Thursday before unemployment number, and this is exactly what it's done. So we got our trades early, and that was about it. I jumped on the Wolf that call with the ETF. That was pretty interesting. Those guys, that was pretty cool. That EOS, that was pretty cool. That was a pleasant distraction just to kind of listen to that. I really wasn't that familiar with some of their stuff, and
I know some people like they hate that we have we have sponsors and stuff that come on and talk about products and stuff. They really do share good information, and like a lot of times lunch, especially on a day like today during the lunch hour, what are you doing anyway? Learn something.
You got a pretty decent long setup here, by the way.
I agree.
Harmonic.
I drew this. I drew this when we made the low a while ago. Should close this at least in that box, just from a probability standpoint. Just move back up and close slightly green, break even on the day.
Well, I almost stopped out of my long, but I'm still long. NQ.
Yeah,
NQ is in an interesting spot because this morning it was like I was long off of I was watching the 300 area, and then really I like it if we get down under 250 down to 230, 220. I like that as a buy zone, and I still like that as a buy zone for maybe tomorrow or tonight, but we just can't really get anywhere right now.
Yeah,
the video got a nice little bump.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. The ES was a little bit better read down there because I know Dan got long down there. We both got long at the same time, but NQ got a little squirrely, so I actually got stopped out, and that was a trade where I had to get back in once I finally got some buying confirmation. But I don't know. He ended up milking that one pretty well, so that was cool. I don't know. NQ was just a little bit squirrely today. I mean, last week was the moves were all these 100, 150 point moves were so rhythmic,
Did you find the last week, 2 weeks of action have been orderly, I guess would be the term, even though it was volatile, it was orderly. It was really level to level to level.
Yeah, it was level to level trades, which was perfect for us because that's kind of how we trade. It was really good.
Dan, what have you been up to today? Anything?
I had a nice long this morning with Gov. He was on NQ, but I was just talking about it. But I had a decent long on ES. Took it from around 70. I think my first entry was 79. Then I think I added to around 77. And then I was scaling 85, 91. I think I exited the trade around 95. But that was the only trade I took today. This is an area I do like this area for a retrace up. However, we've been sort of sitting here for a while and haven't gotten any momentum off of it. So I actually wouldn't be surprised if we broke down here. I would not be a longer of this area, even though I do like the area, and I clearly like the area earlier this morning. I don't like the area now. It's not a worthwhile proposition for me at this point. I think the odds are greater that we break down here.
I agree. And further, we're also below the VPOC for the day now. Pretty concentrated and building up. And I would portend that if we kind of close down around here, we definitely set up for that area, that low volume, that area below, which was the back end of Friday, to kind of rotate down there and fill in. I think there's a need to go back there and fill in. I'm sure, Josh, you probably have your eyes on that. Maybe he doesn't.
Wait, sorry, what?
If we zoom out, so zoom out on NQ for a moment, and let's kind of like look at this essentially the 25,250 area. You see that area all the way down to that 25,121, and if you look left, I mean that's a pretty low volume area. So I mean, I'm of the opinion that if we close here, perhaps overnight, that's probably when it'll rotate down in there. This will be a question if we hold up down there, but it just looked like that's where the market wants to go, especially if it closes here. I know with the unemployment data, I mean, that's an inflection point that would negate everything, but it just looks like an area that needs to be visited, auctioned.
Right. Yeah. No, there's definitely not a whole lot of structure below us. I don't actually look at NQ at all. That's why you lost me. But I agree with that. With the same thing, you know, there's not a lot of structure from Friday and Monday. If we start to retrace some of this.
Yeah, because the equivalent area would simply be between ES. There's basically 69.70 down to 69 into 69.25 to 35. So it's kind of a correlating area. Yeah, I've been trading.
I would like to see yesterday's low tomorrow after NFP.
Oh, that would be killer.
So you know, just go ahead and guarantee we won't get that, and see it all-time highs. So
there we go.
I like how you said so right now going off.
There we go. It's like people are like, I'm taking notes actively on what you said, Josh.
That'd be too much of a gift. So, you know, that's the way the market works. We won't get the gift.
But it's amazing how we reclaimed everything that we sold off from, essentially. And we've been able to incorporate the repricing of a lot of the software stocks at the same time.
Yeah.
Where's crypto today?
It's going sideways.
Sideways.
Ethereum's right back at 2K. Bitcoin's just been in the same, 2,000-3,000 point range. Not much going on. It is interesting that the Nasdaq's rejecting like your daily EMAs right here, even though SPX is well above everything again. We haven't got anywhere in 2 hours.
Yeah, that's why I wouldn't like necessarily short it either. You know, there's just nothing attractive about the index trade at this point with 30 minutes to go in the day. I wish there was, but I took 20-something points out of it earlier from this area. I'm not gonna give it a run again.
I mean, yeah, if I had to take a trade here, I would be long back to the middle.
I mean, I don't disagree with you.
But I'm with you. I'm like the same thing. It was like I just don't have enough like confidence that it happens. Like I could make the argument either way. So why risk anything?
Yeah, and when I sort of have to have that conversation with myself on, make the argument either way, and if that's sort of how I'm talking to myself, it's usually a sign that I'm just going to be an observer versus a participant.
It's kind of like when in doubt, no.
Yeah, when in doubt, don't do anything, and it tends to work better over the long run when you trade that way. Over time, I've gotten better and better at only taking trades I really like. I still have moments where I take ones that I don't really like and sort of look at myself in the mirror afterwards and call myself all sorts of names. But
we do too.
But over time, and as you refine your own process and stuff, you start getting better at only taking the ones where you don't have that internal argument. So no one ever went broke by sitting out a trade.
Can't lose money if you're not in it.
And I mean, it's not very entertaining stream when it's like, okay, yeah, we're not doing anything. But that's what good trading looks like. And good trading doesn't need to be some entertaining, it's not show business, it's grinding out money. And what's hard is going against your own go. Yeah, I mean, it is. And I try and not look at that stuff when I'm manually trading, to be honest. So it doesn't skew my thinking, because I do oftentimes am going against my automated stuff. So try and keep myself in a good headspace to not look at that stuff. But occasionally I'll hear the order filled and have to take a peek. But I'm pretty good about keeping that stuff on mute as well.
I bet this is tough too. Tommy's trading against his own algo.
Don't do it in a Top Step account.
Oh my God!
Don't get me going.
Well, between all you guys, I saw comments from every single person on this screen about that. It's crazy.
Dan sounds like Nara. He used to jump on here often. So it's crazy.
Surprise!
That's my brother.
Oh, that's your brother?
No, they're the same. It's my alter.
Nara's that's your Nara's the bear and Dan's the bull.
Yeah, right.
It's like Jacqueline
Nara's
Hyde.
a good alter ego, and normally is short. Press 1 if you're paused on Top Step. I'll break my one button. Not only am I paused, they downright stole money. But hey, like I said in a post earlier, I don't feel bad for myself. I know the rules that you sign up for when you trade prop firms, right? It's their rules. They're going to do whatever they want, whether it's right, wrong, whatever. But what I feel bad for is I feel bad for the people that have really worked their butt off to get to the point of payouts and taking their time and done the right thing. And that's why I've been very visible in my criticism of their handling of this situation, and I think it's downright wrong.
There is a new low right there on EQ, by the way. Slightly. It's just kind of like a trickle.
Yeah, I agree on taking payouts ASAP. Completely agree. You don't leave money in prop firms. I mean, I'll leave. Like I usually only trade 150K accounts on any firm. I like the extra room, but yeah, I think that it will come out someday that the reason what they did was seems they pause people that are consistently taking money out of the firm, and they want to remove those from the ecosystem. But hey, what do I know?
Apparently, there's a couple of people in chat that didn't get paused. Well,
yeah, I guess the question I would have is: were you payout eligible? Were you, have you taken essentially have you made more money than you've put in? And remember, all of these firms, not just the one we're talking about, but all of these firms, they make money on your failure, which is actually the reason we started ClearEdge Automation. Was we had talked about internally about opening a prop firm, and Lee and Gov will will corroborate that. We talked for a long time about opening a prop firm. I think the reason that we decided not to was it's dirty money business, and you make money on the backs of failure, and that's not a business that I really have any desire to be a part of. But we started ClearEdge Automation for the opposite reason, which was we saw the amount of people that were failing, struggling to take payouts, struggling to play within the rules. So it gives people a way to use systematic approaches in their trading. That was sort of how ClearEdge was came about. Was the decision on, we saw clearly, this was 4 years ago, the prop firm space getting bigger and bigger. At the time, there was only 6 of them, I think, in the future space. But and then that discussion of, hey, do we want to open one of these things? We could do it better than these other companies. And then really it was, man, that's a dirty business.
DX has got 50 points of room here.
I stopped out of break even.
I agree, day trader. I think that's exactly the right way to look at it. Is use prop firms to build cash to fund a personal account, and
this should be everyone's path.
Yeah, that
learn trading,
get
some funds.
There is a way that people do game prop firms and play it as a game versus actually trading, and there actually are very successful ways to do that. And I'm not suggesting doing that. I think using it as essentially a gateway into having your own capitalized account is the right way to do it, and the right way to learn trading. But the vast majority don't do that, and we know that. The adult daycare business, I think, you know what? I think that would be a really good idea. I'll actually approach that gentleman who runs that firm, not to be named, to see if he wants to partner up, Adult daycare, child daycare.
Sometimes I feel like
I feel like
trading discords turn into adult daycare sometimes.
They do. That's I mean,
that's where my brain
we've been very lucky in that our discords have been, even our ClearEdge Discord, which is getting bigger by the day. We're very lucky and blessed to have the people that we have, where we have never really had to deal with really any major,
I don't mean it as like
personality conflicts, or
I don't mean it on like the behavior. I'm more of like the trading behavior, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like trying to babysit people's trading behavior.
Yeah, so
I've been a part of a lot of that.
I don't really like doing that, and it's and Gov's the same way. I've learned most of my good trading habits from him. And
who's getting long over there?
No, that was an automated trade, actually closing a short.
Oh, you guys didn't tell me that Tammy's here.
Order filled.
Yeah.
It's in terms
Those
of
are automated trades, actually closing a short, and actually that short actually barely got me back to green on the day on my automation stuff.
This now is at this is a better level for NQ 25-220 here.
Yeah,
that's what I have. That's what I've been waiting at. Yeah. Last night I was hoping it would come down there.
Yeah.
It just didn't. Like when I got long this morning, I was like, I'm long here light, but I don't love it because
it's above the area you were looking to get long. That was the same thing with me. Whereas ES had a different level. NQ, that's where it was squirrely. That's why I got stopped out and I had to jump back in on a big buy volume chart on I think I was like on a 5-second chart. Felt like I was back in the pit. It's like with our Legerity trading room, it's like, we started that a couple of years ago. Actually, I don't remember when. I guess 2, maybe over 2. There was definitely a lot of hand-holding. But the motivation for us was, it's like between Dan and I and Lee, it's like we found that the three of us are independently and collectively good teachers. Teaching how we developed our process and how we execute our trades, how we define our risk, how do we, so and you keep walking back, it's like about the ability to drive levels that you can define risk that you could then size up. And then you have to respect where the stops are. Going through the repetition of doing that every day and showing people how to kind of build that naturally. We're showing, I routinely just have all sorts of stuff on my chart. And I'm like, watch this. I would just delete every damn line, every indicator, everything on it. Let's start from scratch. So it was really fun, and it was a process. And a number of those guys that were with us, like, they've come a long way, and and they're managing their own with their trading. And some of them, didn't quite work out. And turns out automation is a bit more of a thing for them. But they're also, a number of those guys also are fully employed somewhere else, and they're basically trading on the side. So there's a bit of a time constraint, different motivations. And now with our ClearEdge Discord, that's a different purpose. It's customer engagement, it's customer support in the interaction between users of various strategies, and somebody having a hiccup, or now people are dealing with the top step and trying to sort it out amongst people. So people are sharing ideas and feedback. So we're really, like what Dan was saying, we're really building a nice little community there. It's pretty cool, and it's rare to see, because we've all jumped in some of the other Discords out there, and we really just don't see that much of, the engagement of people helping each other. Yeah, Tommy's in there. Thanks, Tommy. You're in there. You're really active. I'm not as out. I'm in there. My eyes are always there, and I always see what's going on. But you guys know I trade more manually. So, hello, Tammy.
Tammy made it. You're muted.
There we go.
There
Hello, how's everybody doing?
Oh, we're just having a big old potty.
Just having a little powwow because the market's kind of slow.
You haven't had as much fun as me today.
And you missed the action.
I'm joking. I was on Schwab earlier, and that was awesome. But then both of my children got in trouble at school today. Both of my, I gave some trades on Schwab. I was on their three stocks, 3 trades show this morning. And of course, I had to try to run my live charts and do that at the same time. That was fun. But both of my children got in trouble at school today. So
Nice. I love it.
Yes. Oh, isn't it just
Who comes too?
So my 6-year-old kicked someone. And my 12-year-old told me last night she didn't have math homework, and she did. And she told her teacher this morning that she couldn't do it because she had cheer practice. And I was like, no, she is lying. So she's upstairs in her room sulking right now because she's had her phone and watch taken away. So, it is. It is what it is. They have to test. They have to dip their toes in the water every now and then just to kind of see where the line is. And, that's when you have to put the hammer back down and go, oh, that was cute.
Well, they just keep.
Clearly, you forgot who your parents are.
They just keep testing that line.
They do.
Parents are traders. They're more disciplined than you can imagine.
Oh, exactly. Well, the other thing is that I think's funny about kids is they act like we didn't do the same things as kids and that we don't know what they're doing. I'm like, y'all are really in trouble.
Fair.
Your father
That's
and I made a lot of bad choices when we were younger.
That comment. Tammy, we have a question here. If you've got any SPX levels you're watching going into tomorrow's job.
Absolutely. As a matter of fact, that was something I was going to talk about. Actually, I can share my screen if you want me to.
Please.
Share screen. See if I can pick the right one.
While you're pulling that up,
yes,
I have like the kind of the ceiling here, 69.85 to 90. Below, I have 69.14. If we trade below 69.14, we could very easily go back and trade Friday's 8:30 session open at 68.33.
So we did have, I like those numbers. Thank you, Gov. We did have some other resistance that we were looking to clear, and we were able to clear that on the way up. But I do have this last area that is the previous swing that we had from let me make sure I have these lows and highs correct. from the low of January 20th to the high of January 28th, it is exactly the same swing that would give us the resistance at 69.93. Let me make sure that that's it before I quote that. But yep, that's it. So symmetrical resistance and symmetrical support are both really two of the most important things I look at. That's the red 100% numbers. It means they're previous swings that have actually happened in the market. Retracements and extensions are important, but symmetry is the most important thing that I look at. So we did not, it was close, but no cigar, like we didn't perfectly hit it, and we don't always make perfect hits. Sometimes we do. And, my husband will joke with me and say, 6993, and it was 6993.25. You're not very good at your job, and that happens a lot, but it doesn't always hit perfectly. But you can see that we came into that resistance. Now on ES we have 70.16 to 23. Let's see what we have on NASDAQ. NASDAQ futures, we busted it a tiny bit, but came right up to that level around 25,400 or so, and have failed. Let's see, what was the exact high? 447. So yes, I did have futures.
Sorry, you just reminded me, because like we were talking about how NQ and ES were doing some different stuff today, and I was looking at like NQ and DX, and it was saying, okay, the NASDAQ looks like it wants to move a little bit higher, but then I looked at SPX this morning, and we hit that like 85 area like multiple times, and I looked left on the chart, and I was like, man, this is that same, and I think you've got it kind of
yes, a bunch. I mean, we've hit it a lot.
Resistance there. That's why I got out of the longs at one point this morning.
Yes, see that big line right there that we've hit a bunch of times. Exactly, we've hit it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times. I mean, that's a lot. And typically when we keep hitting against something like that, we finally break the class and keep going. But not yet. Not yet. So what I would look at on SPX is what I really like to look at is if something really wants to keep going. Now, this is very simplistic, but I do like to look at the 236 and 382 retracements. And those would be the top two blue ones. And those are at 69.38 and 69.07. Those are the larger, that large swing, because this is a daily chart. This is looking from the low of February 5th to the high of today. But I would, if we fall even further down, these clusters, 68.55 to 59. And then what's underneath that? 68.24 to 31. Now, if we took out that 68.24 to 31, we'd either retest the low from last week of 67.80 or make a lower low. And if I'm talking too fast, please let me know, because I'm very guilty of that. Who says Southerners can't talk fast? But yeah, I mean, that's kind of the levels I'm looking at right now. Right? Oh my God. Can't understand anything Cajuns say. I mean, I can, but a lot of people can't. A lot of people can't understand things that a lot of my relatives say. So, and if I had a couple glasses of wine, I fall into that bucket too.
There you go. Tammy, can you look at a chart of Ford and give us some Fibonacci's, any sort of view?
I'm sorry?
Ford Motor Company. Just some tips up on that. Yeah, there's a fellow that had a couple questions on it. I guess
absolutely. Let me pull that up real quick. It takes a second for it to load.
Sure.
But then I'll be able to take a question on it. What is the question? I think I missed it.
That's okay. Let me.
No, Ford's not a big earnings mover to start with. It's not. Well, just not a big.
Well, if they're asking about earnings,
earnings are happening today after the market. So that's the
the problem is with Fibonacci or with any technical analysis, it can be blown with earnings. So really, earnings are a gamble. If you don't know that by now, you need to know that when you are keeping a trade through earnings, it is a gamble. Now, I can tell you this. If the earnings are good and they don't get downgraded and everything looks good, then I can give you targets to look for here where the move could potentially stop. tomorrow, and that does help post earnings, where you want to make sure you take your profits. And those would be anywhere from 14 to, probably somewhere up in 16. We could see if we have a third target from that high to low. Yeah, I mean, it's up there. So all these green numbers, and then the black is the third target of a swing. But all of these green numbers are places, what I do like about this chart, if it's post earnings and it doesn't do much tomorrow, I actually would consider this for a trade, because look, it keeps holding that green is the 50 simple. And every time it comes down, look at that. It just keeps holding it.
Yeah, it's been holding it for months.
Man, I wish I'd have known. If it keeps, I mean, I run hundreds of charts, and I just haven't looked at this one in a long time. If it can hold that 50 with a Fibonacci setup, that could be very interesting, as long as it doesn't already go ahead and take off. One thing I don't do is I don't buy things that are extended. I know a lot of people do. They are momentum traders. When it comes to my options trades, that is. Now, when it comes to futures, I typically don't like to buy things that are too extended either. But if something's got a lot of momentum and I can get a little pullback, of course, I'm interested, and it makes sense. But options trades, I like to see things that have good technicals, good fundamentals, and then have a pullback. So the ones I gave today, do you want me to talk about those? The ones I gave today were Micron, NVIDIA, and then I gave a short on it's like QBTS, D-Wave Quantum, I think is what it's called.
QUBT? Oh no, D-Wave is the other one. Qubits or
Qubit, yeah. A lot of times I don't even know the name of the company I'm trading. I just like the chart. I'm like, people are like, what are they? I've had this happen to me on Schwab before. Well, what do you think about them? I'm like, I have no idea what they do. I don't know what their fundamentals are. I just like the way the chart looks, and the setup was clear to me. So
we just hit the level in NQ. We did break down finally on SPX there.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see what level we were looking at, what I'm looking at on NQ. I mean, the 236 of this swing up is 25,148. Oh, that's the NASDAQ. The 236 of this swing up, ooh, it looks like we have symmetry too. Ooh, this is interesting. So that is 25,162 to 81. 25,162 to 81.
So what does that mean?
That is a previous swing in the market that's happened. And it's a 236 retracement. So it's symmetry, which is my favorite thing. Then it's the 236 retracement of that low to high. So it's, sorry, my alarm keeps going off. So it's symmetry of that high to low to today's high. And then it's the retracement of this low to high. So that's what my Fibonacci is a little bit more. I mean, it's a little bit more intense, but it's these two swings that make the red line, and then the blue line is from the low to the high of today. That's a nice area there. I would look at all my 30-minute charts too. I mean, Tesla is up against resistance. Amazon's having a nice pullback. NVIDIA's pulling back into support. So I could see us having a bounce right around there. But please protect
Long
yourselves.
220.
I mean, we could slice through it like warm butter. Just to be completely transparent. Yeah, my micro trade is still holding. The qubits trade is working. All of them are the Micron trade is the only one that is holding. The Quantum D, whatever it's called, Wave D, Quantum, whatever it is. It's working because it's a short, and the NVIDIA trade is holding. I think we're just trying to decide what we're doing here, right? But yeah, if you go to Schwab Network, you should be able to find the video from today, and I give all the trades. I give the Thinkorswim trades.
A little absent from the unemployment number in the morning. Simply the fact that we're kind of closing like we are definitely suggests for us to be able to go back to the Monday low a day. Well, actually, excuse me. I mean, the Monday 6,900 area in the SPX. and that's kind of halfway through. No, that's actually that is the low of the day. Monday's lows, SPX. I think, and that's that low volume area I was talking about. I think we need to go and kind of auction fill in there.
I stopped sharing, by the way.
And that lines up with the NDX right around 24,886. That's what I'm looking for.
Time is it? Ooh.
So people in the audience, you want to know what trading is like? Ann suggested to it about 20 minutes ago. This is actually what true trading is. You're
sitting and waiting.
Sitting, waiting. You've done your homework. You have your levels. You're waiting for the market to come to your levels, and you let it do what it's going to do. You get involved. You're just interfering. You're fodder, and you're fodder, and you're also what's known as a neophyte. You're a rookie. You're just in there, and you're feeding the market what it wants. That's how it thrives. It thrives on people that don't have a plan, and they jump in the middle of trades.
Absolutely. The less you trade, the more you will make.
Yes. I actually calculate from last week. Typically, my normal weeks are I make 7-8 trades a week. Last week, I had 32.
You know, I was on that cruise ship last week for Elliott Wave Trader, where I spoke on a cruise ship, and I did not trade at all while I was on the cruise ship. And yeah, I kept hearing how I was missing some great trades, but then I also heard that there's some people that I know that, you know, blew some accounts. There are some young traders that I know, and I felt bad for them because it was such a great trading week for so many people that I knew that were veteran traders. But then there's some younger people that that I know from some community, you know, different communities that I'm in, and they didn't have such a great week. So it's the thing is, though, is this is part of the process. It's part of the process. Unless you are able to find yourself a good mentor in a good room you're in, and you're able to learn, give the market your time instead of your money. So. Patience is key for sure. Yeah, I'm not interested in this at all right now.
Somebody was asking about Master, Tammy.
You know what? I almost shorted Master as one of my stocks for Schwab. Let me see if I still have that chart package. But when I looked at it, it's already so in the hole that I didn't want to short it. So I was like, let me find something else to short. Because what I like to give them sometimes is 2 bullish trades and a bearish trade, just so that, you know, people can stay hedged. But it is so in the hole right now. But I tell you, I don't have a whole lot to say about it when it comes to being bullish. I could look at a monthly chart and tell you what I think. But on a daily chart, I don't have anything but shorting opportunities, which I have a short anywhere from 141 to about 65. That includes the 50 SMA.
I got out break even on that trade that I tried. It's probably gonna pop
it
now,
is
but
very
I got
interesting on a monthly. Let me tell you that, because there's I don't know if many of you have heard of Mark Minervini before. He's an awesome trader. It's been around for a long time. He writes some really good books. He has a book called oh geez, I just blanked out. Mindset Secrets for Winning. And anyway, it's just a really good book for anyone to read. I've had my daughters listen to some of it, but I mean, it's not just for traders, it's for athletes, it's for anybody. But he says a lot of strong stocks will pull back either 50% or 80% and still be strong stocks. And on a monthly chart, MSTR, MicroStrategies, is pulling back to the 80% right now. So I think that is very interesting, to be honest with you. I think that's extremely interesting, which is one reason why when I looked at the daily, I was like, I'm not interested in shorting this anymore. This has been going down way too long. And this can happen with any strong stock and it still be a good buy. So I actually like it here. I think it looks really interesting. It also looks like it's extended. Yep. So let me show you what I'm seeing real quick. Share screen. Okay. So what I'm seeing is if I go back, if I take my Fibonacci tool from a low, let me show you what low I'm taking it from, the low of the 31st of May of 2022. Go from that low to that high of the 30th of November 2024. And when I draw that, okay, from that low to that high, that gives me that 786 retracement right there. That's right around 126. Then what I'm also looking for is the extension from that low to high. And we're very extended to the downside. That's kind of close to where we're bouncing from. I can't tell which low is lower, but anyway, right around that 92 area. So I actually think it's interesting for the bulls right here. I might look at that myself just because I can define my risk around that 100 area. What is it down to right now? Yeah, I like it, especially that nice round number. Let's look at the MMAs look like on it.
We do have Hood, Net, and A-Lab earnings that are going to come out here in just a minute as well. I'll just call those out for everyone, not to cut anybody off.
No.
But and the whole thing, like Restream just started glitching. It was like throwing my screen back and then took me off, and now it threw it back. Yeah, it's all over the place. I have a new laptop or new MacBook that I'm picking up next week, so get some more RAM on this computer. I'm excited to see what Hood does here.
I do want to get a new Falcon. I just don't really want to spend the money right now, but I do want to get a new Falcon. Does anybody else use Falcon trading computers?
That's what I have.
Who's that?
Me.
Who's me?
Look at your screen, Tammy.
At the very top. Okay. Sorry.
Yes, I use Falcon.
That's awesome.
It was expensive, but it was worth it.
Oh, it's amazing. I don't even want to tell you how long I've had mine. Because I don't want it to hear. I don't want it to hear how old it is. 2023, 22. I've had mine since 2019. And if I've had a couple of like things happen, I just call them, and then he gets on my computer and he cleans it up, and he's like, "You're good to go." And I'm like, "Do I need a new computer yet?" He's like, "Nope, you're doing great." And I'm like, "All right."
Yeah, Travis asked best laptop for trade. I mean, I don't know but what we're talking about is Falcon trading computers or Falcon trading systems.
I thought you were talking about your private jet.
That's the desktop that I have. I can run up to, I believe mine can do up to 6 monitors, but it's just incredibly fast and has unbelievable graphics processing. It's like a souped up gaming computer just because you're running so many screens and you're running charts that are updating.
Yes.
On every tick, so you need a lot of processing power if you're trading, and I run my automated stuff off of it also.
Yes,
so.
I'm running so much on mine that when I'm traveling and I have my laptop, I sometimes think it's gonna like catch on fire because it's like
Robinhood.
Robinhood
66 cents,
Yeah,
63 cents. That was the estimate. So slight beat there. I haven't seen the revenues, but reaction's down. Let me see what the rest says here. Robinhood 1.28 billion versus estimate 1.34 billion. So they missed on revenue. Q4 transaction 15% up 15% year over year. 776 million. Net deposits were 15.9 billion. EPS beat. Gold subscribers up 58% year over year to 4.2 million. Operating expenses total platform assets up 68% year over year to 324 billion. So good growth, but a miss on revenue for Robinhood.
That might recover.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see it bought.
I mean that growth is good. I don't know what that thing's valued at. It's probably way overvalued, but you know, that's still really good
It
growth.
was trading at a 44p before this.
I mean, 44 isn't
It's not crazy for a growth company. Price sells is only 18.
You know, there was a time when NVIDIA, we were on one of these calls, and NVIDIA was in the 250 plus range. So
Palantir's at like 400 something, isn't it? 500.
Yeah, and all of these I mean, their multiples are like that usually for a reason, is that their compounded growth is just incredible. So I wouldn't be shocked if Robinhood recovers.
And a lot of revenue, like a lot of people thought their revenue would be bad just because the crypto. So people will see like crypto's been just murdered. So like they haven't had as much crypto interest and revenues off of crypto lately. So you look at that, you could probably say, okay, it's not as bad as feared. People probably buy the dip. That would be my line of thinking here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm talking my own book a little bit. I own Robinhood from
$12. I got
39.60.
Oh, okay, nice. Average. I got in the second time at like 37, I think.
Looks like I have a bunch of ads here. I've added in the low 30s, it looks like. And then all the way up to my last ad was at 50, $49.99.
Honestly, this 2x leverage.
March 3rd of 2025.
This 2x leverage HOOG might not be.
And then I added more on the 4th of 2025 at 42.
Let's see. Net was supposed to come out next. And I think Sterilabs, A-Lab's the other one today. Yeah, A-Lab. Ford did report in there. I know somebody was watching for Ford. Ford a little bit moved down. It's not a big earnings mover historically.
It's because it's got a 900 billion share float.
Yeah, Ford is to me, Ford is just a $12 stock. If it's above 12, it goes back to 12. If it's below 12, it goes back to 12.
Yeah, it goes to 13, goes to 11.
Yeah, but if you see it at 15, get out of it. If you see it under 10, buy it.
Yeah. That's sort of how I've been playing Rivian. Rivian, I've been buying around 11, 12 every time it gets there, selling at 17, 18.
But Ford's basically traded at this, look at this, point of control is 12 for the last
on the monthly.
This is a monthly chart. I mean, look. I mean, your midpoint of all this. Yeah, it's a $12 stock going back 30 plus years, 35 years. Go back here to the year I was born, and your point of control is just right here. But it pays a good dividend from what I think a lot of people are in it for the dividend. It has been on a nice run this year. I mean, obviously the tariffs scared a lot of people, but then just the push of the administration, I guess. Who else is reporting? Is Lyft reporting today?
I heard they were.
I didn't hear the numbers, I don't think. Oh, the Lyft out. Oof. Good God.
It wasn't a Lyft.
I own Uber.
Like if I'm gonna Lyft adds 1 billion stock buyback, I see. I don't see the numbers on Lyft. If anybody's got the numbers on Lyft, just drop them in the chat because I'm looking at some other ones. If I'm gonna own something in that space, it's gonna be Uber. Mattel had a miss.
Agree.
I'm waiting. This Cloudflare is really, that one's really interesting to me. And the daily chart looked really good coming into this report.
I like that stock.
I think this one, you know, you see how bad software's gotten punished, and this one's not down near as bad as some of the other ones. And every time I go to a website, like it's like, you know, Cloudflare, are you a human?
Quiet, Kingsley. Oops, sorry.
Kingsley?
Sorry.
You better hold it down over there.
Oh no, it's not.
Knock it off.
Get in here.
I just want to say it's awfully a coincidence that Smooth disappeared right when the halftime whistle blew of that Man United game. Just interesting coincidence, huh?
I actually got to get going here in just a
Yeah,
moment.
I need to get going. I've got another meeting at 4:30, and I've got to talk to my daughter, talk some sense back into her before that.
I'm just waiting on these last two earnings. We'll probably shut it down for the day. I appreciate you guys coming on.
Thank you for having me again.
Yeah, absolutely. Everyone in the chat,
y'all
make sure you
next week.
follow. Let me just pull it up here on the screen.
Oh, I'm at Trader Tammy 1. Oh, and don't forget, I have a free newsletter now that comes out every morning at like 7:30, between 7:30 8 a.m. And it is ES, NQ, GC, and CL. So it's those 4 futures charts. It's free. They're daily charts, and I give you the levels. So it's at FibonacciPrincess.com is where you sign up for it. There's a button that says click here. It's not difficult to find. But yeah.
Are you still fasting?
Actually, it's funny that you say that because I am fasting today because I literally gained like 6 pounds of inflammation on that cruise because I ate things that I don't normally eat.
All right, with that note, I'm checking out. All
right, Gov.
All right, we'll see you
Appreciate you,
guys.
sir.
Bye, y'all.
Right.
I'm out.
Bye, Tammy. Yeah, make sure you guys follow Tammy, follow Gov as well. I'll pull him up here on the screen real fast. Gov Trade. I thought I clicked. There it is. There's Gov right there. GOV Trade, and then I'll pull up Nara, but right here you should also follow this one. ClearEdge Trades, ClearEdge Automation.
Yeah, follow that one.
Is this
That's a good
actually your
one.
dog? I
Yes.
never asked that question, but I assumed it was. I remember when I used to only see you on Spaces, I never saw your profile. I only saw this. I thought it was just like an ironic picture. But then one day I went to your profile, I saw this back in the background. I was like, oh, that's definitely got to be his dog.
Yeah, he was like I don't know, 12 weeks old at the time of that one. He had way too much skin, so he ran. His eyes bulged out.
Nara, anything with ClearEdge going on right now? The promo stuff still happening?
Yeah, I mean, we still have a 7-day free trial for anybody who wants to try. We have a huge update, hopefully this week, where we will have now integrated trading view charts into the software. So you can check your alerts and you can click on the trading view chart and look at the chart of the strategy that you're running, etc. And we have an update too that essentially the software will know if you're in a trade or if you're flat. So one of the big issues that can happen with automation is say you start it in your strategy, you start your software and your strategy's in the middle of a trade, right? And then you don't notice it and you don't pay attention. And then the exit of that trade will actually put you in the reverse position. So you're sort of flipped around backwards. This new update will protect you from that. So it will know when you're in a trade, it will know what a flatten is versus an opening trade. So it will protect you where you can turn your software on and you can rest assured that you're not going to be put into a backwards trade. So those are some pretty cool ones. We got some cool UI updates.
There goes Net.
That coming out with that too. So, and also the biggest one is the remote control. You'll now be able to control it remotely.
That was one of the features I asked about first when you were first telling me about it, before we really got on here showing everyone else in the world. I was like, what about a remote control feature? And I knew you guys said you were going to work on it.
Play. Yeah, this update hopefully by the end of this week, as long as the remainder of our testing goes well, all of that stuff will be going into effect in this next update. So it's a big update, probably our biggest update since we've launched, but it's got the most sort of big features. Definitely the remote control is huge for people so that they can control it. No matter where they are, they can turn their stuff off and on. And then having the integrated charts. I mean, the integrated charts is really neat where you just connect your trading view layout to whatever to the strategy you're running. So you can see, hey, I just heard order filled, then you can just click on it and it will bring you right to that chart.
Nice.
So you can see what's going on. So
net back to $200 trading up here. Let me go to the 4-hour chart. Huge reaction on net G, the 2x leverage from our friends at Leverage Shares, up 23% here. You can see that hitting 200, and if I go back to the daily chart, you can see that's back to over the 200-day and that 50-day on net. And I really, you heard Dan say he liked the company. I like the company. I liked kind of how the chart was trying to bottom out, the way it pushed back off yesterday or today, and solid numbers on net.
Can be a jumpy stock. That stock can jump around.
It can, and I'm seeing
a really wide range.
I'm seeing the guidance. They may have lowered guidance just a little bit, so have to be careful on that if you're chasing it here. They raised sales guidance, but the EPS guidance is down just slightly. Earnings 23, adjusted 23 cents versus 25. That's for Q1. Hold on, where's the actual? There it is. 28 beat 27. 614 million revenue beat 591. So double beat on the bottom lines. The guidance isn't the strongest though. So to dig in a little bit further to net there, I appreciate you, Nara. I still want to call you Nara. Like I always pause Dan. It just throws me off.
That's all right.
It's like people still call me M.
The origin of Nara is my business name, but so people definitely still call me that. So no biggie.
Yep. Well, I think it's a good spot to end the stream today. Hopefully, hopefully everybody stayed out of trouble today. Sounds like the automation had a slight green day, so beat the market. We get it like that.
Yeah.
I know a lot of manual traders that didn't do well today. You have to pay attention to the bear context, and I think you guys lined that out very well earlier in the call. That was kind of the same thought process I was saying yesterday going into today too.
Yeah.
Amazon's 13F filing just came out.
And someone asked about ClearEdge inspects you. I'm not sure what you mean inspects the trade, to be honest. But what it does is with our latest update, it'll know if it's an opening or a closing order. So essentially, if you turn your software on, but the strategy you're running is like in the middle of a trade, how it is right now and how a lot of automation stuff is that when that trade exits and you don't notice, it'll take the reverse position. It doesn't differentiate between an opening order and a closing order. It just does buy or sell, right? Long, short. Now our software will know the difference between an opening order and a closing order. So if you're sending a closing order, right, it's not going to put you in, if you're in a long, right, and or you're flat, but the strategy's in a long, and it goes to close that position, either stops out or takes profit. Instead of sending a sell order, it's going to send a close order. So that's important because it's not going to get you in a reverse direction trade. So.
BBNX is the company that Amazon bought as a new investment, not like they bought them out, but like an investment. All right, guys.
And if you have any questions, Nick, on ClearEdge, feel free to shoot me a message at either at the ClearEdge account or you can go right to our website and open a help desk ticket. We do offer one-on-one setup and support. So, any new users, you don't have to worry about getting set up. We will do it one-on-one with you to make sure that you get it going and working properly. So ClearEdge.trading is our website. We have a 7-day free trial, and you can use the code first 25 will get you 25 off your first month, or you could use the code Wolf. Actually, Wolf works just fine, and that's 25 off your first month. So
there you go.
Have a great rest of your day, guys.
All right, Dan. All right, everybody. Appreciate y'all tuning in. Tomorrow morning, I think I'm not going to be able to go live at the market open. There's
event at my son's school, both my sons' school, that I'm going to go to in the morning. So I'm going to do some dad duty in the morning, and then I'll be back and trade. We'll see. I'll be up and watching the NFP stuff, and we'll see kind of what happens, what tomorrow sets up as. And once I get back, I'll kind of tune in and we'll get live on here and we'll see what's going on. But don't be dumb trying to trade data in the morning. That would be my parting wisdom for you today.
Yeah, definitely don't do that.
Just don't do it.
Just wait.
Let it establish a range, right? It'll establish some type of range. It'll have some levels to go off of, and then let it calm down and start to pick. It usually likes to trend on those NFP days. Usually likes to trend one direction or the other.
Yeah.
So let the trend set. First hour and a half of the market, and then go. West Ham just scored. Lee is.
Oh no.
Lee's punching a wall right now at his house. All right. Appreciate everyone. Make sure you subscribe, like the stream, subscribe to the channel. We're live pretty much all day, every day. Tomorrow's the exception because I've got something coming up in the morning. But outside of that, and then go check out ClearEdge, automated trade. Go play around at golf, make some money, and see if you hate it.
I had to go somewhere today. I came back and I left. I was down $700, and I came back and I was up $17. So that's a nice little swing when I was doing something else. So works out all right.
There you go.
Have a great rest of your evening, guys.
All right, take care, everyone. We're out of here.